Hello everyone and welcome to Miko's Corner. It has been a second, hasn't it? Well, I am finally back from New Hampshire and I'm trying to get better about streaming a little more consistently. I may have told someone I was going to stream on Monday, but that didn't happen. I was too much in a let's just watch stuff mood, but then I ran into issues today about figuring out what to play, because as you guys know, I have issues with what should I play on stream and what should I play off stream. I'm like, oh, I haven't played this game. I should play it on stream for a genuine reaction. Unfortunately, the game I chose today is more of a short game that I have played in the past, but it's been a while since I played it, and it's such a unique telling of the story. I thought you guys might find it interesting as well. So, as you can tell from the title, we are going to play Her Story today, which came out in 2015, if I recall. YouTube actually allows you to choose games now, like what game you're playing, and it's a 2015 beside it. I'm like, oh, cool. So, let's get rid of our music. I wish I had a quicker, easier way of, like, switching things around and everything. I also need to adjust what we're streaming. Oh yeah, I forgot we had the Ko-fi donation up there. I believe that's for my... Oh boy, I don't know which display I need this on. My bad. I feel like theirs is not accurate, so let's try on display 3, because if you guys are following my Discord, you know that I have finally upgraded to 3 monitors. Nope, that went on the wrong screen. That went on the new one. Let's see, can I move it? Alright. First of all, though, I can switch it so you guys... Let's see, what are we gonna do? Display capture? Let's do a display capture. Okay, maybe not. Window capture. Properties. That is not what I wanted. Not cool, not cool. We want... Sure, grab my Steam for now. Until I figure this out. Okay. I love how... unprepared I am. I don't even see it as an option. Great. Display capture, Elgato. I don't know if my Elgato is working. Oh, but I do have game capture. There we go. Sorry. Sorry. Her story. Okay. Then we do this. And there's that. Okay, sweet. Then we go here. So you guys can't see it, which is great. And what happened? It quit on me. Oh, lovely. I just need, like, a professional to come in and be like, this is how you do this. Let's try display 1. That is the correct screen. Fabulous. Okay. Here we are. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. Now I think we're ready. Let me know if you can hear my AC or the fan, or if the game audio is too quiet. Or too loud, obviously. You are logged in, auth guest. Enter query to access archived footage. Search terms murder. Logic database. Can move it. Southeast Constabulary. Clock? Ooh, cool clock. It is, 7... Wait, no, it's the 16th day of the 6th month in 2023. Wait, that's not accurate. It is the right year, though. That's funny. But it's such an old computer. DB checker? Really, read me. Okay. Introduction to the logic database. Computer technology is the backbone of modern police work. The logic database is one of the many continuing efforts to digitize our workflow and preserve evidence in a manner which will allow you to work more efficiently. In the coming years, the computer will continue to be the most valuable item in your crime-fighting toolkit. This database contains footage transferred from the existing homicide and serious crime tape archive at Portsmouth. It has been automatically sorted using our ASR technology. Each statement made by the interview participants is stored separately so they can be tagged for submission to court. The audio has been digitally stenographed. I know it's a stenographer, but stenographed? And the content of the testimony is attached to each clip. To retrieve a clip, type in a word, example, robbery, into the search field. Click search, and the database will return all clips in which the speaker uses that word. To narrow a search using multiple words, example, robbery supermarket, if you are working from a printed transcript, you can be even more precise. Use inverted commas to search for an exact match against the entire statement. Example, yes, comma, I was there. To store a clip for later reference, click Add to Session. Also, if you wish to add additional tags of your own to help future searches, please click in the User Tags box and type in your desired tags. For any further assistance, please contact your department's Information Technology representative. IT. Police Information Technology Organization. Thank you. Hey, here's the database. I filed a Freedom of Information form to get you guest access. Guest access, so we're not a cop. Everything seems to work. They transferred the videos off the original tapes in '99, and then the Y2K thing hit and they got mothballed. No one has touched them since. I couldn't find the server with the detectives' footage on... Possibly those tapes got damaged when the old archives were flooded in '97, but figured this would be enough. Take your time. Why is it my bitrate's always a problem on YouTube? I feel like I need to write this down so I can fix it. Interesting. Okay, what does it say? Current bitrate. I wonder if this is something I can actually fit. BPS. Oh, it is super off. But the thing is, I can't change it midstream, right? 4,500. Okay. I'll do that for next time. Which should be later this week. I don't know when, but later this week. SB. Thank you, SB. You're a great friend. Rubbish bin. Mirror game. Oh, what's this? Oh, it's a, I suck at this game. Wait, am I playing for 2 people? I am. Funny. Okay. Hack info. Grace Hack. G-Hack. Mirror game host. Cracker. Cyber Ghost. One for the mums here. Classic 2-player strategy for lunchtime gaming. Enjoy. I love this type of art. Can I adjust the size of this boy? No, it's just one side. That is so cool. I love AC art. Cracks with class. Okay. You can see our head right here. Although why our head's breathing, I don't know. And you can see the reflection of the lights behind us. That is so cool. Okay. let's just start with murder. Okay, we've got 4 videos.
You think it's murder? I mean, clearly it's murder. What can I do to help?
Okay. Doesn't tell us who it is, though. Different day, different outfit.
Yeah, that's me. But February, that was months ago. What's that got to do with Simon's murder? I didn't murder Simon. You've got it wrong. You've got the wrong person. I'd like to speak to a lawyer now.
Hmm.
You have no murder weapon. You have nothing. And all these stories we've been telling each other, just that. Stories.
That seems a little manipulative. The way that she, like, cocked her head. Like she's playing them. Okay, so we could look for murder weapon. Oh, that sound! I love that they included the typing sound. Oh, I hope someone joins me tonight because this is going to be a lot of fun with other people. Oh, is that the only one? Okay. So I guess we should look for Simon. Or, wait. Could we do murder slash weapon? No. How about just weapon? No. Okay, whatever. We'll go with Simon. I think that's where they want us to go. So we gotta keep our ears out for those keywords to keep looking.
Simon Smith. He works at Ernst Brothers Glass. They do windows, all kinds of glass. Simon does the more special work, mirror making, feature windows, artistic things, really beautiful things. Simon is 6 foot, darkish blonde hair, average build. He's clean shaven. If his beard grows, it goes ginger, so he shaves it. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with ginger hair. And border photo. They said a spring photo. This was taken last year on holiday in Rome. It's the best one I have. It's the Rockington Arms, the Rock. It's run by a nice couple, Peter and Susan. There's some other regulars there that Simon likes to drink with, and the barmaid they're having sometimes, Helen. Peter said Simon had been in and had a few drinks. Yes, there's an Amstrad one. No one uses it for very much. There's a printer so you can write letters on it. Simon sometimes plays games, you know, climb the tower, save the princess, that kind of thing. Simon isn't the type to run off or do anything crazy. Someone must have done something to him, or there must have been some kind of accident. So what do we do next? Simon Smith. He works at Ernst Brothers Glass. They do windows, all kinds of glass. Simon does the more special work, mirror making, feature windows, artistic things, really beautiful things. Simon is 6 foot, darkish blonde hair, average build. He's clean shaven. If his beard grows, it goes ginger, so he shaves it. This was taken last year on holiday in Rome. It's the best one I have. It's the Rockington Arms, the Rock. It's run by a nice couple, Peter and Susan. There's some other regulars there that Simon likes to drink with, and the barmaid they're having sometimes, Helen. Peter said Simon had been in and had a few drinks. So, it was Friday evening. We had an argument. He left. On Saturday, he didn't come back. I waited all day. He was supposed to go help Eric out with something on the Saturday afternoon. They had a job. He didn't show. So Eric was ringing on the phone. I checked at the Rock, that's our local. They said they'd seen him on the Friday night, but not since. He still wasn't back this morning. It just isn't like him at all. Still not back by dinner time. It's getting dark again. So I decided to come see you. His parents haven't heard anything either.
I just realized my mic was muted, and I'm not sure for how long. The reason I rewatched those videos, if it was before then, is because I pulled out a notepad and needed to write down some keywords that we might be able to go search for later, and find more videos. And yeah, so hopefully you didn't miss much. Yeah, I was having trouble also today deciding what game to play because I didn't know what type of game I wanted to actually like participate in. And this is a little more benign, but I do like the mystery and searching of it. I thought it would be a good one for chat to help me with. If you guys are interested, if someone shows up. I also bumped up the volume of the game because she's muttering a little. I'm having trouble listening, but I know I can raise my volume up. So just in case she's muttering and you guys can't hear, I hoped that bringing it up would help. At the moment, this background noise is about halfway up on OBS audio mixer. If it's too loud, please let me know. And also, it looks like we have a new person here, or maybe a different day.
Oh God, I don't know. I mean, I guess the Rock. You've spoken to everyone there. Someone must have seen where he went. I don't know. So many things could have gone wrong.
She seems a little different.
No one has been in the last few weeks. We had a plumber come in 3-4 weeks ago. Someone Simon knew from the Rock.
Okay, that wasn't very helpful, except that there was a argument between... we don't even know these girls' names. Or the girl's name? I don't know if it's the same person or not. They look vastly different, though, don't they? Like, one has their hair up, one has their hair down. I don't know. Is it 2 people or 1? Okay, so we've searched the Rock. Rome showed up nothing. We could just go searching for Simon Smith. Like the full name. Nope, just the one. Okay. How about Eric? The co-worker, it would seem. Cross things off as we look them up. Oh, and I'll say it again. I love that they included the typing sound as you're typing into the logic database. Very, very cool.
He was wearing a shirt a blue turtleneck shirt and jeans. He has a watch. It's a really nice one. That was a gift from his boss, Eric.
Why didn't that
House
one
coat,
show up?
a long grey duffel coat, like Paddington Bear. He would have taken that with him. It's not in the house.
I looked up Eric and this one didn't show up. So that must be the intro where we first learn his full name.
Yes, there's a car that we share, a Cavalier, and a van he uses for work. It's owned by Eric, but we look after it.
Did I misspell Eric?
Both of them are there now, parked on the street. I'm not sure about the keys for the van. I can look for you when I get back.
3 videos should have shown up when I wrote in Eric, so unless I spelled it wrong.
Yes, that would be in his wallet. It's a Visa, a silver one. He doesn't like to spend money he doesn't have, so he usually pays with cash, but Eric convinced him to get one.
It's very possible I spelled Eric with a K, which is my preferred spelling, but I could have sworn I spelled it with a C. Unless I did a CK, which is bizarre.
Eric was like an uncle to him. They were pretty close. They spend a lot of time with each other, especially when they have to go to conferences. Have you met his wife, Diane?
Diane. Wait, one more time.
Eric was like an uncle to him. They were pretty close. They spend a lot of time with each other, especially when they have to go to conferences. Have you met his wife, Diane?
Alright. Oh no, this is the search term Eric. My bad. I'm dumb. Okay. So Diane. Ooh, we got some more. Oh my gosh, we're already there. Okay.
Diane is really nice. She helps out with the glaziers, organises the Christmas party, that sort of thing. They have 2 kids, really sweet kids. She used to look out for me when I worked there. Yeah, that's Simon's watch. It was a gift from Eric. He got it this year. It was a wedding anniversary gift. Steel. It would have been Diane who chose it. She has really nice taste. That time, you must eliminate me. I was in Glasgow then.
The music changed. Nice. Okay, so I think Simon died, and they're calling in people to talk, but I'm still wondering if this person is the same as that person.
Not really. He would go to the pub. He had his drinking buddies there, but no one ever really came back to the house. Sometimes Eric, his boss, and his wife would come over for dinner. That would be us returning the favour.
Okay, same
Diane was a
person.
really good cook, into her trendy ingredients. And the last time Simon cooked something off MasterChef, he got the recipe off CFAX, and I did my Lloyd Grossman bit, commenting from the sidelines. I had to find fennel from the supermarket. Have you ever eaten fennel?
What a weird one. Have you ever eaten fennel, MasterChef? I have never watched that video before. Interesting. Also, did that even pop up for you guys? I can't tell. It's my little Capamon. He's kind of in the way. Doo-doo. Right there? I think that'll be good. He's like blocking something on YouTube right now, or he's under something. Yeah, that'll be good. Okay. You can hear people like moving in the background. It's really creepy. The thing I'm worried about is that chat keeps saying welcome to chat room as though it keeps like refreshing and shit. And that makes me a little nervous. As long as it doesn't split up into 5 streams again, that'll be good. Okay, so we didn't gain much from those. That was... Oh, we do have one more to look at.
Sam and Eric arguing? No, I can't imagine they'd be arguing. And they get on so well. Unless it was something to do with work. Maybe Simon was being too much of a perfectionist. But I don't know. You should ask Diane.
Okay. Let's go back to their friends or their neighbors, Peter and Susan. Okay. Never mind. How about Helen? Got two.
No. I think he spoke to Helen. She said he was upset about her argument, but I'm not sure what else he said. He likes Helen. He likes blondes.
Ooh. Music changed again. Does that mean we found something interesting? Was he cheating on her? Oh. Interesting. I still have a couple of the things I need to look at from previous videos, but just kind of going with the stream of consciousness, right?
Could the hairs have come from somewhere else? I mean, could they... We have a lot of dolls in the attic. There's a Rapunzel doll with long blonde hair. Could they have come from there?
Would she have blonde hairs that would have... I don't know, it feels weird, because that's like, you can tell that's synthetic, not real hair. How many dolls are made with real hair?
This other person doesn't exist. I don't know what the blonde wig is, but it could be anything. Have you looked at the cat flap?
Looked at the cat flap. Okay.
You want me to play something? I'm not the world's greatest guitar player. Okay? Probably needs tuning. No. It's okay. How about a traditional ballad? Should be right up your street. Sisters came walking by the sea. Oh, the wind and the rain. The eldest one pushed the other one in. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. See, they both had a love for the captain's son. Oh, the wind and the rain, but he only cared for the youngest one. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. Oh, the eldest envied her sister fair. Oh, the wind and the rain, with a pretty little face and her long blonde hair. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. So she pushed her in and held her down. Oh, the wind and the rain watched her as she slowly drowned. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. Oh, she floated up and she floated down. Oh, the wind and the rain floated till a ship came by. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. Out comes the captain's son. Oh, the wind and the rain. Father dear, here swims and swan. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. And then it gets really weird, so I think that's a good place to stop.
Then it gets weird? That was already weird. It was about a sister who drowned another sister. The heck? Also, I wish someone was here. Alright, I'm gonna hold off on looking for the word sister. So let's check out... I don't think these ones are gonna show anything, but we'll check it. Okay, there's one.
Mum and Dad had never had any reason to notice. They were always busy. If Hannah was eating a lot, they didn't mind. She didn't put on any weight. That girl has a healthy appetite. If they heard us talking in the attic, they just thought it was Hannah playing one of her games, and that Eve was our imaginary friend. Once, she was already up and dressed and ready to go to school, and I snuck down for a piss. Mum saw me in my underwear, she went mad. Get dressed this instant! So I ducked into our bedroom, and seconds later, out came Hannah, dressed and ready. My mum was amazed.
There's a music change. Well, that kind of threw my look for sister out the window. That's so funny because that was like a really early video we watched about Simon playing a game. And had we looked at it sooner, we would have gotten to sister sooner. Or Hannah. I'm gonna keep going backwards a little. I don't think this one's gonna pop up anything, honestly. No, okay, cool, that's fine. What about crazy? Ooh.
I mean, what if they were crazy? You hear about these crazy people all the time. I mean, why would anyone who knew Simon want to kill him?
She has a tattoo. Right there. By the way, this woman, is Viva Seifert. She is a British musician and former gymnast. She's 51 now. Let's see. What kind of filmography does she have? Her story is probably the biggest one. She was also in RuneScape. Legacy of Kain, Dead Son, Would I Lie to You, and ITV Weather as the character Aurora. I don't know anything else from but her story, so. But I wanted to let you guys know. As we continue to watch her.
Her story is that she'd waited for him to come back. She put on my wig, some of my clothes, pretended to be me. They talked. She'd enjoyed being me. He said he wanted to be with me. Then he took out a present. Another mirror. Just like the one he'd given her earlier. That unique present. She went crazy, smashed the mirror. They argued, screamed. He hit her. So she grabbed a piece of the mirror and just swung it round. She cut his throat clean open. She'd only meant to scare him off.
Hey, that was something interesting. Okay, I'm gonna look up accident.
When I was 8, Mother died. She slipped down the stairs. It was an accident. I had read a diary at that point and I knew she wasn't my real mother.
Oh.
So I burned the diary that day and I left. Walked out and across the street.
Okay, so she was adopted or a bastard? Hmm. Nope. Okay. Oh wow, Glasgow has a lot.
I got in the car and I drove. I just kept driving north. Just kept going, just wanted to get as far away as I could. When I finally stopped, I was all the way up in Glasgow. I was so tired. I just had to sleep.
Hmm. Those flashes of the person actually watching. Doing the searching. I wonder who they are.
Yes. I got to Glasgow, I was exhausted, so I pulled over and slept in the car. I woke up because a rubbish truck went past. I got some petrol, bought a coffee and a pastry, tried calling someone from the payphone, and then headed back. No, I don't think so. Glasgow was deserted that early in the morning. When I arrived in Glasgow, I was exhausted. The streets were empty. I was driving badly. And I hit a taxi. Not a big crash, just paintwork. The guy was so pissed off because I didn't have a driving license on me. But when I told him I was pregnant, he made sure I got to the hospital so they could check me out. It was fine. The hospital must have details when I was looked at. There's a scratch on the car.
Who's pregnant? Okay. Interesting. One more? No. Okay, I'm gonna look up visa real quick. Card. Okay.
He has a wallet, a huge, silly thing, leather, real leather, I think. He packs it full of stuff, business cards, receipts, lottery tickets. He always carries it in his back pocket. I think that's why he's got a bad back. Offsets the discs. I haven't seen it, so he must have it on him. He always takes it out of his back pocket before, when he comes in, if he's in the house. Did I pass? Sorry, I messed it up with all that Rapunzel stuff. Do you need me to do that card again?
What was that? Huh?
Did I pass? Sorry, I messed it up with all that Rapunzel stuff. Do you need me to do that card again?
Rapunzel.
It's Rapunzel. The story starts when she's born. Mother Gothel, a witch, takes Rapunzel from her parents and keeps her locked up in this tower. Rapunzel gets pregnant by the prince, and Mother Gothel is furious, so she cuts off her hair and throws it. Actually, her hair's already short here, so that's already happened. But she throws her into the wilderness, and Rapunzel is reunited with the prince, who's blind, but she kills him with her tears, and so it's a happy ending. Is that too much?
What is going on here?
Sorry. The picture The way it's drawn just reminded me of the books we used to read as children. I read those fairy tales over and over, and they were so real to me. Rapunzel was my favourite. My brain is just full of it. Are any of these in colour? We were obsessed with fairy tales. Not just the pretty, pretty ones, but the traditional ones. They were dark and real, bizarre and violent. Felt like life. We had this huge old book that I think Mum must have bought from a library sale. The illustrations had thin tracing paper over them to protect them. They were in colour, shiny plates. At the front of the book was an index of illustrations. We read that more than the actual stories. We'd read aloud the captions and flip between the pictures. There was something intimate about peeling back the tracing paper, undressing the pictures. Rapunzel's hair is cut. The eagle plucks out his heart. The princess pricks her finger.
Let's see. To retrieve a clip, type in a word. Okay. To narrow a search, use multiple words. Robbery, supermarket. For a printed transcript, you can be even more precise. Use inverted commas to search for an exact match against the entire statement. Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna look up cat, I think. I'm just trying to be thorough, you know? I only have a couple of achievements in this game, so if we can get a few more, that'd be cool. But I'm also kind of drawing it out.
No, they were shut. Most of the windows were really hard to open anyway. It's stifling in summer. They were painted over by my dad. Could have left a door open accidentally. Or there's a cat flap in the back door.
Not helpful. Not at all. I wish I could get the interviewer's questions.
No, no cat. My parents had a cat before they died called Domino. It was this little black thing with white dots. And we never did anything about the cat flap, but if you were thin, you could maybe squeeze through it. When we weren't together, we'd send secret messages by tapping out a code that we'd learned from a book, the knock code. Something prisoners of war would use. We'd tap them out on radiator pipes or the attic floor. Bought a cat anyway.
Huh. There was one more? Yeah.
We loved our cat, Domino. He had this little bell around his neck to stop him from killing birds in the garden. And we used to write each other notes and put them in the bell, and we could send them to each other. Mum found some of the notes once, and she thought I was just writing to myself because our handwriting was identical. And we had our own words for things, so she didn't quite understand them anyway.
Sorry.
We loved our cat, Domino. had this little bell around his neck to stop him from killing birds in the garden. And we used to write each other notes and put them in the bell, and we could send them to each other. Mum found some of the notes once, and she thought I was just writing to myself because our handwriting was identical. And we had our own words for things, so she didn't quite understand them anyway.
Okay, oops, my bad. No, okay. How about let me know? Yep, okay, that's fine. So I think it's time to get into some of the more relevant keywords. We have sister, mirror, pregnant, Hannah, Eve, and not code. I'm leaning towards... Yeah, no, we should probably do sister first, honestly. Alright.
When she went home, Simon had a birthday tea waiting. Afterwards, she told Simon about me, told him I was pregnant. She wanted me to move in with them, this sister he didn't know she had. She knew that instant. The look on his face.
So it's the first time we have a sister in reference to this person versus just in the song.
She sent him out the house, kicked him out, called me up, crying, and I went round. I guess I had a feeling I could hear something was wrong in her voice, but I wasn't sure what it was. She called me sister on the phone. She never calls me that.
Ooh, I almost didn't hear that siren in the right.
My sister is gone.
Oh.
And she's never coming back.
That was a real quick one. Alright, let's look up Hannah. I think that's the sister? Also, I'm pretty sure this reflection is just the person that's, like, using the computer. If I didn't mention that earlier.
My name is Hannah. H-A.
Okay, she's Hannah.
A-H. It's palindrome. It reads the same backwards as forwards.
Yes, it
It
is.
doesn't work from here, though. It's not quite symmetrical, but well, I mean, you get the idea.
Welcome to the stream, Rocket.
Hannah Smith. I live at 31 Gladstone Street.
We've hit a couple of really important parts already, which is a little unfortunate, but I expect it, having not streamed in a while. So it's totally fine. Basically we are, yeah, it's an FMV game. It's very cool. I don't know if I have many others like this game, so if you have recommendations, obviously let me know. I've played this one before, so I vaguely remember the story, but it's good to go through it again, honestly. I thought it'd be a fun one for stream. And it's short, because I didn't know what I wanted to play tonight.
What are you doing talking about Eve?
Hmm. Okay, so they kept the camera on her while they were out of the room, so she thought she was safe to do whatever she's doing. Um, so now we know that her name is Hannah. She has a sister. I wonder if that's Eve, maybe? Unless she's... She could be putting something on. Pretending to be... Pretending to have a sister. Because if she's an only child, then that wouldn't be that surprising. Wait, what'd that say? Access limited to first 5 entries, gotcha. Ooh, they put her up to a lie detector. Wearing a chicken beak? Wait, what?
Yes, my name is Hannah Smith. Oh, shit. Sorry.
What? Are you not Hannah Smith?
Across the road, where my parents first lived there, was a midwife called Florence. When Hannah was born, I was born at the same time. The midwife was there to help. I'd been throttled by the cord, probably wrapped around my neck by Hannah. The midwife told my mother I was dead. But I wasn't. She wrote all this stuff in a diary. Amazing what people will admit to on paper.
Ah. Okay, so... Okay. Hannah's partner in the takes of domestic abuse? Something like that.
She recognized me from the window. She told me to come inside, and she hid me. They had made the attic into a place where Hannah could play. There was a dollhouse. She hid me up there. No one else ever went into the attic. It was her place.
Okay, so... Okay. Alright, let's look up Eve, because I think her name is Eve. This is the one where we get most of the truth, by the way. This background that we have. I think Hannah and this girl that we're seeing, this woman, I think it's the same person, by the way. They... Okay, so what we know is that this person, her mother died when she was 8 and she walked out. She found out that her mother was the midwife and she was kidnapped. Or told that she was dead. So she might have walked out and she went across the street to where this Hannah person was. I think is what I'm understanding. Back here, she's trying to pretend that Hannah still exists.
Well, my friend Eve. I mean, she was a friend from when I was a kid.
And she's pretending to be
She was
Hannah
more
here.
popular with the boys, and I used to hate her for it. I mean, really hate her sometimes.
I don't get a clue book. I get user tags, but I am writing things down. But we do have not a memory game. We have a Go game, reversey game. But you play it with yourself, so I don't understand. Very possibly she's schizophrenic, or a DID maybe.
Yes. We'd fight.
There's clearly something wrong with her.
We fought on the beach once, and I held Eve's head underwater.
The song.
Around was at the far end of the beach, and I held her head under, and I kept it under. And for a moment, just wanted to kill her and watch her drown. But that was it. It was just a moment. We made up after. It was a love-hate relationship.
What's fun about this game is that the music changes when you come across relevant information. We've been kind of stuck in this musical bit for a moment, and you can see like the glare of the camera or the screen behind us, and then sometimes you'll see the outline of the person doing this search. Let me go back real quick to the song. I believe that was under Sister. I need a theme song? Why do I need a theme song? So this is the song that you missed earlier, Rocket.
You want me to play something?
It's kind of dark.
I'm not the world's greatest guitar player. Okay? Probably needs tuning. No. It's okay. How about a traditional ballad? Should be right up your street. There were two sisters came walking by the sea. Oh, the wind and the rain. The eldest one pushed the other one in. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. See, they both had a love for the captain's son. Oh, the wind and the rain. But he only cared for the youngest one. Oh, the dreadful wind. Oh, the eldest envied her sister fair. Oh, the wind and the rain. With a pretty little face and her long blonde hair. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. So she pushed her in and held her down. Oh, the wind and the rain. Watched her as she slowly drowned. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. Oh, she floated up and she floated down. Oh, the wind and the rain. Floated till a ship came by. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. Out comes the captain's son. Oh, the wind and the rain. Father dear, here swims and swans. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. And then it gets really weird, so I think that's a good place to stop.
Yeah. Huh. Okay, so by the way, one of them was married to this guy named Simon, which is what started this investigation in the first place. Is Simon Smith died. As a little catch me up. Man, we've gone to a weird place after all that. Looking at my previous notes. Alright, so did we have a couple more in Eve? Yes, we did. So I'm pretty sure she's Eve. And Hannah is dead.
A police station. Yeah. When I was young, we ran away on my birthday. Bob Dylan was playing in London and we thought we could break into his tour bus and have him take us with him. The taxi driver we paid to drop us off. I mean, we'd saved money, pinched a bit here and there to pay for the fare. He was suspicious because we were so young, so he told the police. So they came and picked us up and
I think
took
so.
me back to Portsmouth. My mum picked me up from the station. But I blamed everything on my friend Eve. So my parents let me off.
Yeah, because initially this girl was pretending to be Hannah. Because Hannah was the one married to Simon. There could be a situation of twins going on here. Which would be confusing because there was that discussion earlier about two girls born at the same time. So maybe they don't look alike.
My mother called me Eve.
Okay. That's it. I'm gonna look up twin real quick. Yep, it does bring up a few new things.
Twins? Really? Are you really asking me that question?
Yes. There's that person.
Are you out of your mind? Twins? Florence took me home with her.
Oh yeah, we forgot to look up Florence.
Mother hadn't been expecting twins and had a healthy baby. I guess she was just happy for Florence to clean up. Take away the evidence that this was anything but a happy occasion.
Hold up. So Eve and Hannah could have been twins. Clean up the evidence. So her mother didn't want twins in the first place. So she was okay with Florence taking her away and becoming her mother.
There were always princes and princesses. They were the special people, more important than the other characters in their stories. We knew we were like that. Twins. Magical. We were the princesses. We had a poster of Princess Diana from the newspaper up in our attic. Had a pride of place. And underneath we used to put all our special things. When her engagement was announced, we were obsessed with everything she did. And later, when her life went so bad, we felt for her. Her divorce last year just kind of drew a line under things.
So we could also look up divorce. Monkeys wearing chicken beaks. I don't get the reference, but it's funny to think about. Let's look up Florence. Keep going in this vein. It's so weird. I mean, the point is you're not supposed to get to these things chronologically, but I'm trying to, like, somewhat do that. Because we could go back and look at Mirror. There was a gift of a mirror, and an issue arose between the girls. If they are twins, who knows? I think they might be. I don't know if I trust her and what she says. Like, I'm thinking maybe 50% of what she says is true and 50% isn't, which isn't a good ratio, especially in police investigations.
Florence raised me in her home. I never left it. She kept me out of sight. It wasn't odd for people to see a midwife with a baby, carrying in supplies, washing nappies, that sort of thing. I never knew any different. I grew up looking out of my window and seeing her across the road. I thought it was like a reflection in the mirror. She was me.
So I think they were twins. Ooh. There's the music change.
Florence was a warm, kind person. But she was broken, I guess. When I found her diary, I also found a biscuit tin with other stuff in it. Older papers, letters, that kind of thing. Her story wasn't there. I never really spoke to her about it. I was far too young to really understand, I guess. I just put it together later, once I was older. She had loved children, planned to have a large family, but her husband died in the war. And that was back when you married for life. She never felt like she could marry again. Isn't that strange? She was a widow from her 20s. But, I mean, I guess it was different then. You know, you married for life and she felt she could never marry again. I guess it was harder, a war widow. One of the dead. I don't know, maybe there was more to it than that. I don't really know. No, he doesn't keep a diary. That's my thing. I've kept one, well, as long as I can remember, since I was a girl. Helps make sense of my day. And when you're forced to put something into words, just gives you perspective. Everyone's on the same page. It just became our way of life. We would swap places and take it in turns to do things. And we were very careful. Whoever had been out that day would come back and write a detailed diary on the same page. We had a list of rules that said what we could and couldn't do in any given situation. It was exhaustive. We lived a second life through those rules. Rules for things that could only ever happen inside our imaginations. I mean, we would consider all the permutations of future events and agree rules to walk our way through them.
Well, this is... yeah. Okay, here, Rocket, I'll let you decide. We have mirror, pregnant, wig, divorce, and not code. Which would you like to look up next? Not code, okay. We've seen a bit of it already. No? Okay. She only talks about it there. No. Okay. Secret brings up something.
I hoover, I dust every week. Maybe less. I once asked Eleanor how often I should dust, and she said, if people ask, tell them you do it once a week, but every few weeks is okay. I think she was just trying to make me feel better. I mean, when I was there, she was hoovering every day. You know, ran an ordered house. You know how that generation is, putting on a brave front. She has secret stashes of cigarettes. Doug doesn't even know she smokes.
New names.
When I was there, I saw her. She has these sort of porcelain vases, ornamental, next to the Reader's Digest books. Cigarettes inside. And she still has them. I mean, last time I was there, I looked in a vase. There was a fresh pack. I mean, all those years of marriage, and she still has a secret like that.
I wonder if that's her real parents.
It was supposed to be a secret.
Yeah, there's the tattoo again.
Just because Simon is dead doesn't mean I have to give up all his secrets. It doesn't have anything to do with what happened to Simon.
I also need to look up tattoo at some point.
My husband because he cheated his expenses for a romantic weekend in Oxford.
Oxford. Tattoo. Come on. Eleanor. Ooh. Let's learn about Eleanor.
Yeah. I've been round to Doug and Eleanor's and they're very worried. I feel sorry for them.
But who are they? Come on.
Okay. I parked up in the street. It was busy, so I had to park down the end of the road. Walked up, knocked on the door, no answer. I took my keys out of my bag and unlocked the door. The main lock was unlocked. You can tell because the key doesn't turn when you try to turn it to the left. I walked in, Simon's coat wasn't on the peg. I couldn't see his shoes in the shoe rack. I shouted out. I walked straight into the kitchen because he usually sits in there to have a cup of tea and read his paper, but he wasn't there. I touched the kettle, it was cold. I looked quickly in the living room, nothing. So I walked upstairs to the bedroom and he wasn't there. I didn't search for him because it was pretty clear he wasn't there. I had a shower. The phone rang whilst I was in the shower. I didn't answer it. I think it was Eric. Then I was just exhausted. So I lay down on the bed and I fell asleep, though I didn't mean to. I woke up a couple of hours later and I was surprised to see no one in the bed next to me. And then I remembered where I was and what had happened. That's when Eric called again. This time I spoke to him. Then I called Doug and Eleanor. And then I decided to come and see you. Eleanor?
So she's wearing a short sleeve shirt and there's no tattoo. 6:30. This one she has a tattoo. It's...
Yeah. I've been round to Doug and Eleanor's and they're very worried.
Was it this one? No, it wasn't. Sorry, it was a different one. It was the previous search, wasn't it? But, this is cool. I like seeing this. I think it's only the successful ones, though. So it was under secret.
1984. It was an awful year in the end. We were living at Doug and Eleanor's. I lost the baby at the end of spring and my parents died in the summer. It was a hot summer, a heat wave. So when they discovered the bodies, it was just awful. Because of the circumstances, them dying together like that, they brought in a lot of police. A forensic entomologist. I had to look that up. It was because of the heat. It's just awful. It was an awful year in the end. Eleanor's, I lost the baby at the end. We were living at Doug and Eleanor's. I lost the baby at the end of spring and my parents died in the summer. It was a hot summer, a heat wave. So when they discovered the bodies, it was just awful. Because of the it was a hot summer.
Okay, so she's pretending to be Hannah here.
A heat wave. So when they discovered the bodies, it was just... Yes. I speak with Eleanor at least once a day. Not that there's anything much to say. It's more just...
That spilled coffee. That wasn't a mistake.
Yes. I speak with Eleanor at least once a day. Not that there's anything much to say. It's more just...
Got an achievement for it though, so that was kind of cool. The achievement just said fuck. Also, I love how this is just still right there. This is on the side of the screen. Okay, I'm gonna look up Doug. Then I'm curious about this baby situation.
I got a job to contribute, you know. Doug knew someone and I got a job as a dinner lady at the primary school. They said it didn't matter if I could cook or not, just don't poison the kids. So you see, it's always been complicated between me and Simon. It's never just been the two of us.
Does she have a
It's
bruise?
always been pressure.
What does her eye look weird?
I got a job to contribute, you know.
Is it her makeup?
Doug knew someone and I got a job as a dinner lady at the primary school. They said it didn't matter if I could cook or not, just don't poison the kids. So you see, it's always been complicated between me and Simon.
I think she has a bruise.
It's never just been the two of us, there's always been
Um, er,
I got pregnant. Both our parents had a big powwow. We weren't even in the room. And they decided we should get married.
okay, so forced marriage. There's a musical change.
Yes, I'm fine. I won't be sick again. This happens some days.
Is she pregnant?
I'm pregnant. It's morning sickness.
Again, okay. So they lost one baby. She's pregnant in these interviews.
No. Well, yes. You found out on my birthday. I told him I was pregnant.
No, you didn't. Hannah did. These ones we've already looked at, but I want to watch again.
It's Rapunzel.
Oh, not that one. This one?
When I arrived in Glasgow, I was exhausted.
Maybe this one.
The streets were empty. I was driving back.
No, this is the first one we
I
saw.
put a taxi. We spent the wedding night in a hotel in Brighton. It would have been too much to do more. We were saving for the baby. It was wonderful to be in a
She
hotel,
definitely has a bruise.
away from home, just alone together. Since then, we've always tried to get away for our holiday.
Could just be makeup, but
We couldn't afford our own place. Simon dropped out of school, went full-time at the Glaziers. That was Eric's generosity. We moved in with his mum and dad. They had a spare room for us and the baby, if it came. It was a nice change, time to myself, living there for those months, full of hope.
so Eleanor and Doug might be Simon's parents.
No, I lost the baby. I had a miscarriage at 8 months.
Ooh.
We carried on living at Simon's parents until, well, it was only a few months after.
2 months after what?
It was after dinner. I'd spoken to Simon's parents on the phone. I looked up for an early night and I suddenly had this thought. I think it was something his mum had said. She'd been speaking about old stuff, sad stuff, about when we lived there, about the baby. There's some boxes in the cellar, nursery stuff, stuff we never needed and I never had the heart to throw out. And I suddenly remembered that when I'd looked down there the week before, those boxes, that pile was in the wrong place. I went cold all over. I went down there with a torch and went straight to the back, and that's when I saw the bin bags. Pulled them open, saw the body. I screamed and that's when I called the police.
Pardon? The bin bags? Whomst?
Yes. It was a shock to him. I mean, we never thought it was possible. I don't know what he... I mean, I hadn't decided whether to keep the baby. I wasn't really ready to talk to him about it.
That's new music.
There was a conference, something to do with double glazing.
Here's the tattoo.
In Oxford? you sure? What would he be doing in Oxford if there was no conference? I remember calling him. He said it was boring and he spent most of the time at the bar. No, he doesn't have any tattoos. He has a scar down here near his stomach, past his hip. Cut himself with some glass. That was before, a long time ago. He looks just like the photo. He's not got his glasses on here though. He takes them off for the camera. But he needs them to see properly, you know. He has to read a newspaper or a menu in a restaurant. Not books so much, or watching TV. He likes TV. Oh, my tattoo. I got it to express my individuality. It's an apple and a snake.
How original, hun. It's a snake and an apple. Apparently I've never searched that before. Got another pop-up with the Steam achievement.
So I moved out. Got a small bed set. Got my tattoo to mark the occasion. I was singing in a bar in the evenings. So I had some money, enough money to cover my rent. And I've been doing something similar ever since. I haven't put down any roots. I don't exist.
Clearly.
He saw me singing one of my shows. Pure chance. Not sure I remember what he was even doing there. Afterwards, I had a drink at the bar and he came over and we got talking. I knew who he was. Obviously I knew who he was. But he didn't know who I was. He was fascinated by the likeness. He guessed my name from my tattoo. Told me it was a palindrome, like that would impress me. I enjoyed talking to him. It was amazing to be able to sit and interact and talk to him after all this time. He didn't tell me he was married. I'm not sure what he was thinking. He later told me it was like he was dreaming. A waking dream.
Okay. New thoughts. Let's see if I can do it from the beginning. Hannah and Eve were born, and Florence, the midwife, was there to help deliver them. However, the mother didn't want 2 kids, so Florence took one of the babies, Eve, across the street, but she died when Eve was 8 years old, and Eve had read Florence's diary. She left, versus going to child services, I think, went across the street to the mirrored reflection of herself, to Hannah. Hannah hid her in their room. They're twins, they find out. They figure that out because they look so much alike or whatever. And they share a life. Going to school, eating, etc., whatever. Not sure the moving out part. Hannah marries Simon, but Eve is still kind of around. He finds Eve at a bar and falls in love with her because of the likeness to his actual wife. Eve also falls in love with him because she had seen him and her sister, or something to that effect, right? And she became jealous, which is why she was like, it was so nice to finally talk to him after all this time. So that's what I'm thinking. I've got some more keywords to look up.
A wig? You mean, what type of wig? No, I've never worn a wig. What kind of wig?
Dark music.
No. The parents decided there would be a wedding. And after the wedding, Hannah moved in with his parents.
Right.
There was no way I could follow. So we were separated again.
Alright.
I stayed in the attic. It was hard. It's like I suddenly didn't exist. I would sneak out, but in case anyone recognized me, I started wearing a wig. Hannah and I would meet up in the park. I was trying to get pregnant. But I couldn't. I couldn't do it with anyone we knew, so it was sex with strangers. Drunk guys at
Why?
clubs, parks and alleyways. I was 17. It felt like I was being punished.
Why was she...
Betrayed us. I had to stop when one of the guys gave me an STD. When we met up, it was disturbing. For the first time, my reflection, she didn't look like me. She was fatter.
Oh.
Flushed. If anything, I was getting skinnier. I don't hard to look sometimes. We talked about what to do. Was it time to become our own people? That seemed like the right thing to do, but neither of us wanted it. We agreed that her and Simon would get their own place as soon as possible, and then I could move in. And that was the plan.
So she wanted to get pregnant because she didn't look like her twin. Okay. That answers that question. That answers the... Because I didn't realize that... it makes sense because the parents talked and decided they would move in together and get married. That's clearly like a teenage pregnancy kind of thing. But still. So what probably happened is that... Okay, one of the sisters has to be dead. I'm pretty sure that's what's happened in this scenario. And I'm pretty sure, like I said, if I recall correctly, this is the most truthful we get from her. Like, most of the stuff here is actual, genuine retelling of stories. Thus, the person we are seeing is Eve, in which case Hannah is probably already dead much earlier on in these interview processes. And with the tattoo situation, because I believe Eve is the only one with a tattoo, she covers it up when she's pretending to be Hannah. But she forgets, maybe? Unless they both went in for interviews. It's very possible they were able to get both Hannah and Eve in. Because Hannah would be the contact for Simon, and maybe they found Eve after the fact. Or one of them slipped up. Thus, there's something to do with the knot code too. I forget what that's all about though. I'm trying to figure it out and remember.
This was about 9. I went round and she was waiting for me. She was furious and so angry, the kind of anger you can only have towards yourself. We screamed at each other, argued, cried, we fought. I hit her back, left a bruise. I had my wig on from performing, she tore it off. Eventually, we grew tired of fighting and I left.
Okay. So, me wanting to search Bruise earlier was probably a good thing. this one I think she had a bruise in. So it's very possible we actually did meet Hannah.
Bruise? Oh, yeah, no, it's nothing. I was going through the top cupboard in my kitchen and the chair slipped and I kind of hit the door with my face. We hurt like hell. The bruise. I have a really fast metabolism, so stuff like that just comes and goes. I don't know if there's much more that I can tell you that I haven't already told the other policemen.
She reached for the wrong eye.
I found the body.
Here, watch this again. There.
Oh, yeah, no, it's nothing. I was going through the top cupboard in my kitchen and the chair slipped and I kind of hit the door with my face.
Okay, so here's the interesting thing. They talk about being very meticulous in their diaries. So this could very well be Hannah and Eve screwing up, or it's one of them pretending to be both of them. Because in this one,
the bruise,
she reaches for that
I have a
eye.
really fast metabolism, so stuff like that just comes and goes.
That is a problem. Wait, 627 and 625. That's only 2 days difference. A cop is gonna remember that shit. Ooh. Also, I just pulled up the summary real quick of her story. A woman is interviewed 7 times by the police. So there's 7 different instances of her being interviewed. This is the last one. There's the one in the red, there's the one in the blue, there's the one... Oh God, I can't even remember all of them. There's another one with like a fancy outfit, I think. There's definitely another with the hair down. And then there's a couple with the hair up. And I think the guitar one is different too.
If one of us got hurt, the other one would have to be hurt too. A grazed knee, a bruise.
Ouch.
When I lost my tooth first, I
Eee.
had to pull out Hannah's to match. Once, I slept with a boy who was seeing another girl. The girlfriend came up to Hannah the next day and punched her in the face, gave her a huge black eye. That night, she tried to do the same to me. And she almost went too far. I couldn't see out of that eye for days. She snapped a frozen piece up for me from the kitchen.
You forgave her for that?
So much of our bodies was synchronized anyway. We started our period on the same day, went on childhood diseases, stomach bugs, nits.
Although I did hear that periods can't actually sync up. It seems like they do, but they don't. Oh boy. Really committing to the bit. Honestly, if I were Hannah, I would be mad too. Like, why would you sleep with someone who's dating someone else? Oh, that's the beginning of the cheating! I also have to look up a fare.
She's a better driver than me. She passed the test for us. I tried to take it and nearly crashed the car. Learned that you can't rely on confidence to get you through everything. She is the shy one. She was especially shy around boys. If Hannah liked a boy, I would have to pursue him. It was that way with Carl. Hannah met him first. She had such a crush. I let him take my virginity after a night that his... She is the shy one. She was especially shy around boys. If Hannah liked a boy, I would have to pursue him. It was that way with Carl. Hannah met him first. She had such a crush. I let him take my virginity after a night that his band had played at. It got difficult. When I was with Carl, we would have sex, but Hannah couldn't let him see she was a virgin. She had lots of excuses. After a while, we decided that I should take Hannah's virginity. It's not that different to a bruise, pulling a tooth, a graze. We used a hairbrush. After that, we took it in turns, though. I was always the one who seduced the boys. Until Simon.
That's a step too far. But also, like, I think most of us do go that route. And that's all I'm gonna say on that because that's a weird topic to try and get into. Let's see. I wanna look up, we looked up wig. Let's look up marriage. Sure, we got a couple new ones. Only 4, that's interesting.
So, our sex life is probably fairly average for a couple after 10 years of marriage.
So they're 27.
Simon was very moral about that sort of thing.
Possibly Eve.
He wouldn't just walk out there and sleep with anyone. He wasn't that kind of guy. He took his marriage very seriously.
Yeah, I'm sure. You throw twins in his way, though, he's confused as hell. Okay, so I'm thinking, unless... Yeah, she screwed up. If this is Hannah, which I don't entirely believe it is, she screwed up by not wearing a longer sleeve, or Eve screwed up by not wearing something to cover up her tattoo. Otherwise, it's the same person, trying to play both.
After the kiss, the next time, he took me back to the house, to our parents' house, to their house. So, it was definitely him. I sometimes think he wanted to get caught to prove to himself that we were different people. He told me about his marriage, told me how his wife was completely different to me. I almost burst out laughing.
Oh, she talks about Carl a lot. Let's hear it. Carl!
Was he my first? No need to be so coy. No, he wasn't my first. That would have been Carl. He was a local boy in a band. He was a bit of a shit. But he was sexy. We were 15.
2 years before Simon, or at least the pregnancy with Simon.
No, I was 15. Carl was older. 17, I think. I was really into him, regardless of how he actually behaved. Lots of drunken teenage sex. We did it in a church once. It's stupid.
Voices in the background, it's so good.
So he got tired of us and we split up after about 6 months. It was sad, but those early experiences, they help you realise who's really important to you, you know? Family.
Sorry, I missed the end of it real
They
quick.
help you realise who's really important to you, you know? Family. Family. So, Carl fucked off, and then there were other boys here and there, and then Simon. Hannah was so smitten with Simon, she started getting jealous, didn't want to share. Even the first date, we went to see Tom Cruise at the Old Odeon. We both went, kept changing places in the toilet. We only had one best dress, so we had to keep swapping clothes. Must have thought we had terrible bladder problems. The next date, it was my turn. At the end, I let him kiss me, but that was it. We didn't want another Carl in our hands, and the Ouija board had said to hold back.
You guys pulled out a Ouija board?
After that, it was Hannah's turn and she slept with him. Broke the rules. Deliberately broke the rules. She wanted to be the first to sleep with him. I mean, that's when she got pregnant. From that one time.
Sorry, that's not something to laugh at. It's unfortunate it was the one and only time. Shit, what was I gonna look up?
With Carl in her hands and the Ouija board.
Ouija board. Oops, I spelled it wrong. Why are you guys looking at a Ouija board?
When beautiful people died, we always felt like it was a sign. You remember Princess Grace? Grace Kelly? She died in a car crash the year before we met Simon. We used a Ouija board to speak to her, and that gave us the power to find him. That's what we thought then. That people who died tragically leave some kind of magic behind.
We were into the
We
fairy
used to share
tales.
dreams. We used to wake up and write them down in our diaries immediately and compare them.
How did diary not give me more? Okay.
I'm not sure where the dollhouse came from. I don't know if it was given to them or they inherited it. I mean, they wouldn't have had the money to buy it. It was so huge. It must have been taken up to the attic in parts and then reassembled up there. It's a beautiful thing. Wallpaper to scale, little furniture, the lights work, mirrors, beds, big duvets and pillows. We spent hours and hours playing in it, invented all these characters and families who lived there. We wrote paperwork for them all, passports, diaries, and gave them all really elaborate stories. Once, a moth got trapped in there. We'd left a light on. It was making the most horrendous noise. We tried to kill it, but it was tough. We ended up crushing it under a copy of the Arabian Nights.
Let's go with mirror.
It wasn't the present so much. It was one of those arguments that had been simmering for a while. The present was a mirror, a nice mirror. He'd engraved the glass, the kind of mirror a princess would have in a story. He made it specially for me.
Could be Hannah. But we know he gave that gift to both of them. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've got potentially Hannah in the blue and red. I don't know, potentially Hannah in the blue and the light blue? I don't know.
The mirror. I can't remember. I put it somewhere safe. Upstairs, I think. I haven't looked at it since.
You almost hear someone at the end there.
Silverleaf? No. He normally silvers them properly. This mirror, it's supposed to look antique. The reflection isn't as good. It's the perfect mirror for someone who doesn't like to look at their own reflection.
Okay, Eve. Remember Eve talked about looking at her own reflection?
Silverleaf? No. He normally silvers them properly. This mirror, it's supposed to look antique. The reflection isn't as good. It's the perfect mirror for someone who doesn't like to look at their own reflection.
And that was the acting bit. She's like, this is my real thought about, mutter. And then, oh, wait, I'm not supposed to be that person right now. Let's look at my reflection. Which we're looking up next. I still want to look up divorce rules, attic, and dollhouse. We haven't touched upon those. There's a point where we get a message, I think, that says something about, did you figure it out or something? Not, that's so, like, benign. Did you figure it out? But there's another phrasing that's kind of like that. But we haven't hit that point yet, I don't think.
Yes. The first time we saw each other, it was strange. We both realised at the same moment, I think. We must have seen each other before, but there was this instant when we first realised it wasn't a reflection. The reflection was staring back. I think I was 5. It was my birthday. My reflection was wearing a party hat and waving. I knew what party hats were from books. And it suddenly occurred to me, today must be my birthday. I waved back and we just spent ages waving at each other and copying each other's movements. Mother wanted me to grow my hair long, but I kept cutting it myself. I wanted to look like my reflection. She always had short hair when she was little. Mother would hide the scissors, but I would find a way. Cut it with a bread knife, something like that. My reflection would always leave her house and go on adventures, but I never could. Mother taught me at home, and I had books and TV. Oh, TV was magical, but it was only on when it wanted to be, so I spent a lot of time reading books.
Sorry, I'm looking up a little bit of info on the thing. There's this really convenient guide that's like useful search terms, but no spoilers. Ooh, I also kind of have to use the bathroom, so we might do that in a minute. But I was trying to figure out some more on the knock theory, honestly. Let's... Yeah. Let's watch this last reflection one, and then we're gonna take a small break, because I gotta use the bathroom, and apparently clean out my ears, because they're very itchy. And then we'll get right back to this. Hoping to finish it tonight, honestly.
I wanted to see my reflection. I thought that if I touched her, something would happen. We would become one. One girl. The fairy tale was over, the witch was dead, and I'd be restored to my rightful place.
Weird.
We would become one. One girl. The fairy tale was over, the witch was dead, and I'd be restored to my rightful place.
Okay. Alright, so our next search is gonna be... I'm curious about the rules. Okay, we got 2 on that. But first, we're going to take a break. We will keep the thing running. Yep, there we go. Because there is music playing. However, please make sure to get a drink, stretch, grab a snack if you're interested. Use the bathroom if you have to, obviously. But we will be right back. I'm back, but I'm gonna keep looking at a couple of things real quickly about the game. Mobile's not very friendly to me, so I'll probably do it real quick on the computer. But yeah, it's still weird kind of getting used to the chat thing because my second monitor that's lower than the first one where I play the games, I have a split screen on it, so we have OBS on the left and we have YouTube and Twitch on the right. Sorry. In case I have to deal with a chat message. So I'm seeing chat twice technically, so I'm like, well, what's kind of the point if I'm just. I don't know. I do like the fact that I get both chats in one, so having it on the third monitor that's vertical to the right makes sense. Some of the items I was thinking of was dead, body, kill, or killed. So we'll probably take a look at those in a second. For now, though, let's see. Like I said, I want to learn more about the knock theory. Let's go here. Go there. Apparently I played 4 hours, or no, 2 hours the previous time. Must have, like, zoomed through things. Probably because I wasn't talking out loud. Apparently it contains mature content. Yeah, short discussions. Not code, rather. Tab codes decode. the not code isn't like that big a thing. Alright, sorry, I shouldn't be. Let's go to the guides real quick. Okay, we've got the achievement guide, that'll be fun. Useful terms, no spoilers. That's the one that I really want. Those are gonna be super helpful. Okay, I can go away, we'll mute all these tabs just in case. Go back there. And go back there. I think I have a couple more games that are like this, the FMV games. I think I saw Late Shift as a recommendation. A couple others. So, let's check real quick what my achievements are. We have... Oh, wow, I played this last in 2018. On my birthday. Interesting. So I got It's a Happy Ending, a traditional ballad, and then this year we got Have You Ever Eaten Fennel, Spilt Coffee, sorry, Expressing My Individuality. So there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's still 8 left. 3 are hidden. The others are things that have to happen at the end of the game or have to do with the amount of database that's been accessed. We're not even at 50% of that database, by the way. So we will definitely be using some of those key codes. Which we're gonna go under the useful search terms. No spoilers. Oh, we are missing someone's name. Okay, cool. Let's go back over here and here. There. Okay. Rules. Right. We're looking at rules.
Okay. She's being chased. They're trying to catch her because she did something bad. I guess she broke the rules. Or maybe they think she did something bad. Maybe it wasn't her fault. She looks scared, not guilty. Maybe it was mistaken identity. Did they catch her there? I don't know.
What is up with these photos? The first one was Rapunzel.
It lasted about 6 months. I tried to carry on, but everything was different. Hannah insisted I not pretend to be her around Simon, let alone sleep with him. We didn't share him like the others. The rules had changed. Me living in the attic had become weird, in a way it hadn't been before.
Interesting. Okay. So... how about divorce? Nope. Okay. Dollhouse. Nice.
Yes. I inherited it from my parents, so it made sense to move back, me and Simon. Felt like going back to old ways before the pregnancy. Reminded me of being a girl, a dollhouse in the attic, old things.
Eve.
We didn't sleep in my parents' bedroom for a long time. We decorated it as soon as we moved in, but it was another year before we started sleeping there. Yes, I read a lot as a child and watched lots of TV. Then the doll's house we had, we still have in the attic. It's kind of a fairy castle. We used to play up there and make up our own stories. The legal stuff was completed very quickly. Hannah moved back in with Simon. Eric gave Simon the week off to help with the move. He decorated, modernised wallpaper, curtains. Hannah insists the attic be left as it was, dollhouse and all. Simon never went up there.
There. Chit chat. How's it going down there? You done? Okay, I'll hang a bit longer. Buzz when you're ready. Okay. Yes. Can I move this? I can move it. Let's move you right there. Apparently you can, in the settings, change this, like, glare, but then I guess you don't see the person. So attic showed nothing, dollhouse wasn't much. How about body? There we go, we get a few more.
His body. Dinner meal. And his throat. It looked like his throat had been cut. And I didn't see his glasses. He has these thick glasses. He doesn't always wear.
Watch that one again, guys. I wasn't paying attention. Like an idiot.
His body.
Oh, the dead body.
Dinner meal. And his throat. It looked like his throat had been cut. And I didn't see his glasses. He has these thick glasses. He doesn't always wear. Really? Okay.
This must be Eve.
Laid a body on the dock tonight. Oh, the wind and the rain. Till a fiddler with a fiddle came walking by. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. And he made a fiddle bow of her long hair. Oh, the wind and the rain. Yes, he made a fiddle bow of her long blonde hair. evidence against you.
I mean, yeah. But, funny joke. Give her that one.
Can you imagine? I tried. I tried to get pregnant too, but it didn't happen. I slept with so many boys, men. My body refused. I think my period stopped because hers had. I was prettier.
Hi, Brian.
We stayed the
Welcome to
same.
the stream.
I felt like Hannah had really fucked things up. Set us down separate paths. We had become different.
You ever heard of this game before, Brian, or would you like a little catch me up? Kind of hard to catch you up, but I'll try. So we're about 2 hours in, I think. It's a FMV game, which is full motion video. As you can see, just now we were looking at interview videos that this singular actor does for the entire game. I've already forgotten her name. I looked it up earlier. And we have to search this database of the interview clips because it's been transcribed. So we look up a word and we find some videos that are related to that that are said in the video. And thus far, we have determined that they're actually twins that are being interviewed. So I'm pretty sure this one in the red and this one are two different ones. This one, we know this one is always going to be Eve with this background and this like look. But I'm pretty sure Eve is the more free-spirited one. She's also the one with the tattoo. And Hannah is the uppity one. But in a couple of the earlier interviews, there's 7 in total. They try to be each other, but they forget. For example, I gotta show you this one because it's a good one. Hannah comes in with a bruise. You know it's Hannah because she doesn't have a tattoo. It's like right there on the, it's right above the elbow. These are short clips anyway, so I don't have an issue showing them again. She has a bruise on her left eye.
Bruise? Oh, yeah, no, it's nothing. I was going through the top cupboard in my kitchen and the chair slipped and I kind of hit the door with my face. I mean, it hurt like hell.
But then, on a different day, let's see, what was this? 25, I think it's 2 days later? Yeah, 2 days later.
The bruise.
She reaches for the wrong eye.
Metabolism, so stuff like that just comes and goes.
No, they're actually twins.
I don't know if there's much more that I can tell.
Well, at first you're thinking, oh, she has like schizophrenia, she's pretending to be twins, but the further down the line, the more videos you watch, you realize that twins were born to a family and the midwife took one of the parents away. Kind of, but a little more dramatic. Because the reason they're being interviewed by the police is that one of their, I don't know, they share a life too. But the husband has died. So of course they go to the wife first. And then eventually the police realize there are 2 people here. And then they realize that they're twins. But in the beginning they're trying to be each other. Which is interesting with the bruise because they really messed up. They usually keep diaries to be like, this is what happened this day. And figuring out which interview is which character is very interesting. There's breakdowns, and I've played this before too. And when you hit relevant information, there's this this image that shows up. It's a reflection, because this is an old computer. You can see the reflection, the shadow right now of the person. And we also find out that one of them had gotten pregnant as a teen. They moved in with the husband. Their families decided to get them married, etc. But we also find out that in this interview, one of them is pregnant as well. It's a neat idea for a game. Yeah, no, if you get the chance, you should definitely go back and watch the beginning of this. Or I think there's even a YouTube video where it just shows all of the interviews in order. I might do that after the fact, but I'm going to try and do my best to get through all of this. It's very non-chronological, so it's kind of annoying. Oh, come on. My keyboard, like, glitched or something. Yeah, I'm interested in trying a couple more FMV games for like a chill night, especially these like mystery ones where you're trying to figure things out.
Yeah.
But it's hard to catch someone up.
Thinking it was flu or something. The neighbour called me. I had to use my key to let them in. We found them dead in their bed. And they'd been there for days. No one had noticed. Just awful. It was so soon after my miscarriage.
Oh, that must be Hannah's
I'd
parents.
been so happy to get married, and after that it was just like, fuck. It's all that matters, really. The baby. Simon's dead, but the baby, that's how he will live on. Our baby.
See, there's a reflection. So my theory is that the person looking at these interviews is the kid. The question is his mother Hannah? Or is his mother Eve? Which of them got pregnant? Hannah, we know for certain, has gotten pregnant previously. She's the one who had the miscarriage and caused the whole marriage thing with Simon. But Simon had an affair with Eve, the twin, so it's very possible she's the one who's his mother. I also have a theory Hannah's dead, but I'm not sure.
You're reaching here.
This is Eve.
And I don't know why. No, I've never cheated on anyone.
That's a lie.
I've never taken anything from anyone. Simon is dead. But I had my baby to care for. Why are you trying to make me sad? Why are you so obsessed with sex and affairs?
Did I ever look up affairs?
You cheated on your wife. Is this your thing?
Or cheated? Basically, I have a notebook going of like different keywords to look up.
Rehearsed? You ask me the same question, you'll get the same answer. Is that your evidence? Of course I thought about what happened then. It's all I've thought about. My husband is dead.
Can you tell that depending what's my background, that my mouse has a different color? I can't tell if it's the game or the fact that I have I did the like reverse the colors of your mouse thing on my computer. There we go, 2 more.
An affair? Simon wasn't having an affair.
I love this sort of thing. There's a game called Beyond Two Souls. Don't really enjoy the story of that game, but I like the idea of being told snippets of the story out of order. I believe you're right. She should have protested more if the idea of cheating was as repugnant to her as she would have us believe. Well, see, here's the thing. Eve, when they were teens, slept with a boy who was seeing another girl. The next day, Hannah went in as school as them, as the singular person, Hannah, and she got punched by the girl that was cheated on. So, Eve has a tendency to cheat from that early an age, if she likes a guy well enough. But you don't know that until you've watched enough videos, obviously, enough clips.
What did your wife do? She didn't kill you. You think I killed Simon because he was having an affair? Well, I didn't kill him. I wasn't even there. I was in Glasgow worrying about whether my baby was still growing inside me. I mean, why would I kill Simon? I loved him.
It looks like the old 98 Computer mouse? Yeah, that too. I mean, it's clearly supposed to be that type of era. I mean, these interviews happened in 94. Um... Oh, so maybe Eve did kill Simon if Hannah was have. Okay, so Hannah got into an accident in a car in Glasgow, which isn't where they live, when Simon supposedly died. But they also didn't have a weapon. And I can't find any, like, indication about it. Okay, this is a more... This is the last interview.
I'd like to speak to a lawyer now. Please. You have no murder weapon. You have nothing. And all these stories we've been telling each other. Just that. Stories.
Okay, I haven't looked up the word kill. Or killed.
I don't see how it's hard. We've established I was in Glasgow when he was killed. You've spoken with the hospital.
You should have had a lawyer to begin with. Like, really. But then the lawyer would know that there are twins. But pretending to be a singular person.
Ask the hospital.
Okay, what a clip. I think that's the shortest clip. Okay, so I found this guide that has non-spoilery keywords to look up. And I'm sure something has come up recently that I should look up. But I haven't come across, but I don't remember it, sorry. We have looked up wig, but we haven't looked up blonde. But nothing new came up, okay. They've mentioned conference. Nothing new. Okay. Oh, I know. Fairy tale. That's a good one to look up. Is it 2 words or 1? 2.
And the Glaziers. I worked there some weekends and Simon had a part-time job there too. That was Eric's generosity. He was always good at helping out other people's children. Simon was quiet, more thoughtful than the other boys. Even then, he had a sense of craftsmanship. Wasn't always rushing stuff. Boys that age are just running around like headless chickens most of the time. You know? Plus, he had that look. He looked like a fairy tale prince from one of my books.
Okay. I could also look up book.
Simon never cheated on me. He was devoted to me, and I was devoted to him. Nothing in life is easy. We were good to each other. Life isn't a fairy tale.
Yeah, he wasn't cheating on you because you were the other girl.
You do what you can. Well,
Okay.
she wasn't my real mother, but she raised me. Do you want to hear the story? It's a real life fairy tale.
Apt description of a boy's behavior. Nice. Glad to hear it.
Fairy tales. Stories about lost princesses, evil witches, magical mirrors and lost children. So you see, even before I knew the truth, I'd found it in those stories.
Look up book. No. So there's one name we haven't come across yet. Looking at this list, but I don't know how we trigger that. We haven't looked up cheated, technically. Okay, we got 2 more.
No, I have never been unfaithful.
I'd be happy if we
I've
just
never
get
cheated on
50%.
Simon.
Yeah, but he cheated on you, girl. That was definitely Hannah. She's so uptight.
Have I ever cheated on Simon? You asked that question yesterday.
Okay, but here's the thing. Okay, so that's the first day of the 7th month? Yes. So the police officers knew from the beginning that there was something funky, probably because she wore a short sleeve uh short sleeve shirt. Does she have a bruise in this one?
No,
No,
I
she
have
doesn't.
never been unfaithful.
Okay. Um but because they communicate and they have the diary thing, everything in this world is magic except to a magician. Yeah. So that's them being very like particular. That's before they had a fight, honestly.
Have I ever cheated on Simon? You asked that question yesterday.
Yeah. Um. Hmm. Okay. We've heard about the Glaziers. There's 3 new ones.
A mobile phone? Yeah. Well, they have one for the Glaziers, but it's only for work. I can't remember the number. Oh, it's in the kitchen. I saw it plugged into its charging cradle.
That could very well be Eve, because she probably wouldn't be calling Simon very much. But I'm not positive.
I did. Well, we met when we were 17, both working at the Glaziers.
What the hell's a Glazier?
No. Everyone loved Simon. He's a Glazier. He doesn't have much money. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, that makes sense. They talk about the cutting himself on glass and making beautiful stuff. A glazier is a person whose profession is fitting glass into windows and doors. Okay. Moving on. We could always look up guitar, see if we can find more.
No. No, Simon didn't play guitar. He wasn't very musical. He liked to listen, but he was tone deaf.
They found a guitar in the house, that's why they're asking her.
Yes. Yeah, it's my guitar.
It's Eve's guitar. Okay. Ooh. I don't know if this one will actually pull anything up, but they said family a few times. Police interrogation is repetitive. She should expect it. Yeah. But also, she has picked. I think Eve might be the more street smart one. Because she was separated from Hannah for a while when Hannah was pregnant. Because Eve couldn't get pregnant as well. So I think Eve picked up on the fact that the police were suspicious.
Yeah.
It was also early in the process,
I
too.
worked part-time in the front shop. It was sort of an extended family thing. My dad used to work there, my mum worked there before I was born. I took care of paperwork, filing, typing out invoices, that kind of thing. It was a good job for a girl back then. I didn't work a till or anything though, I was quite shy, so I wouldn't have liked to have worked a till.
Yeah, Eve's the more shy one.
No.
Or, sorry, Hannah's the more
It was
shy
just
one.
me and her. Eve was the name they were going to call their first child. They talked about it and were going to try when it came back. Florence's family had a history of firstborn girls, so they were convinced it was going to be a girl. It's hard to know if this is all true. These are stories I remember, that I read when I was a child. Maybe I misread, maybe I misunderstood. Sometimes it's hard to remember what happened last week.
Yeah, because you're playing 2 lives. Okay, so that was Eve. Florence was the mother who raised her, the midwife. And she wrote it down in a diary what happened, all that stuff. About not being her mother and taking her away from the other mother. And a twin thing, I think. But she burned it when she left. So that's why she's like, I can't remember. I keep looking in the wrong direction. Well, she did mention the lawyer. And I spelled it wrong. The lawyer. One twin is evil, the other is good, like a fairy tale. Or are they? They're probably a mixture of both. That's more realistic. Yeah, Hannah's definitely more protective and jealous because she tried to keep Simon away from Eve. She didn't want to share him. But it's clear that I don't know if one of the twins has run away or if one of them is dead. This is the biggest question because our last interview, and I feel like it's a lot of it, is of Eve in this background. And it's the last day that they get interviewed, which I believe is 7-3. Whereas this one is 7-2? So it's the end of the 6th month into the 7th. So it's very possible Hannah actually killed Simon. And is trying to run away. I don't know.
Can I leave? Are you going to arrest me? No. They'd laugh you out of the building. A lawyer would make mincemeat of you.
Okay, we can look up the word lawyer. Sorry. I want to look up arrest, I think.
Yes, I understand my rights. No, I don't need a lawyer.
Is that the beginning of the interview? 50%! 50% of the database has been accessed! I feel like I must have, I don't know if I, figured it out too soon the first time I played this in 2018 or not. Or 2017, I forget what it was. Because I only have 2 achievements, so I'm surprised maybe they added achievements after the fact. I don't know. Whatever. I feel like I would have gone searching for it longer, because I actually played this game twice. Once with a friend, we didn't finish it, but once with a friend and one by myself.
Yes. No lawyer. What are you going to arrest me for?
So we're gonna look up arrest. Maybe Eve has decided to take the fall, or Hannah's making Eve take the fall?
Like I said, I think I was popping out to get something, ran out of something, had to grab something. I sometimes drive too fast. If you want, you can arrest me for that.
Eve's more playful. Ooh.
This is a nice of them. This is where you take people when it's time to arrest them. Can you arrest someone who doesn't exist?
There's a musical shift. Can you arrest someone who doesn't exist? Eve does not exist on record anymore, I don't think. Or ever. I don't think she ever existed. Which is why Eve is taking the fall. I'm shooting in the dark, but here goes. It's possible Hannah killed Simon and then Eve killed Hannah at some point and assumed her identity. It's very possible. Hannah and Eve got into a fight after Simon's death, which is why Hannah has a bruise in one of the interviews. One thing I forgot to tell you, which I kind of just brushed upon, is the music changes after relevant videos as well, like the ones that make you think and some revelation occurs. Ooh, I didn't look up miscarriage. This was a good one, though. This is really crucial to the story, I think. Because either she did kill Hannah, which is possible. Maybe they got into a struggle, especially with the whole... Well, I don't know about the story, the guitar story. I think it happens... And we still see Hannah later on. So it's possible that story was just an actual folktale. Or it's possible she's letting Hannah escape. And taking the fall because she doesn't exist. I don't know. Okay, let's look up miscarriage. 3 new ones, nice.
Then my parents died. It was the worst year of my life. The miscarriage and then my parents.
625. So it's probably like a 2-week interview process they did. Is it this one that she has, Bruce? No.
Yeah. I mean, I was infertile. Thought I was. They told me I was infertile after the miscarriage because of complications.
There's the person.
Hannah had a miscarriage. This was late in the pregnancy and it left her infertile. Felt like the universe had corrected its course. We were aligned again. But Hannah and Simon were still living with his parents. They were married. Simon had a job at the Glaziers now. Eric had given him a full-time position after he left school. And then well, on his clothes, that would make sense. He made it by hand. I mean, he brushes the silver onto the glass. It's not how they make mirrors these days.
Mirrors.
And he made the mirror. And he gave it to me.
The mirror's a good one, too. Hey, Gavolt. Do you have any keywords you want to look up, Brian? Yeah, we can look up body.
I thought it made me sound suspicious. It's not a normal thing to do to drive to the other end of the country. I wanted to keep it simple. I knew it was stupid not to tell you everything. Saying I spent the night in Glasgow when my husband went missing, I thought it would, distract you from what was important. It's different now. Now he's... It's like I told you before. I drove. I took the car and drove. I don't have my own car, but I have a spare set of keys. I just drove north. I wanted to put some space between me and them. Everything I told you before is true. I stopped at Glasgow. I was tired, exhausted. I pulled out and I hit a car. My car was okay, but I was worried about the baby, so I went home to get the okay. Everything was fine. Slept in the car. When I woke, I tried to call Hannah from a call home. She wasn't answering. And then I decided to drive back. I had decided that she was more important to me than Simon.
Eve was the one pregnant. Because almost everything in this interview is true. Eve is being completely and totally honest in that interview, which is why when I was first starting the game, you want to know more about Simon? Sure, we can backtrack. That's totally fine. Okay, so it wasn't Hannah. Hannah was probably infertile, but the fact is Simon still cheated on Hannah with the twin Eve. And Eve was the one who got pregnant. Okay. Okay, I also... There. Wait, okay. You know what? We're gonna do this. So, they put in murder in our search terms initially. think. Yeah, they start you off with murder. So, once... Can we make this go away? Thank you. So I'll have you watch these and then we'll go watch Simon real quick.
You think it's murder? I mean, clearly it's murder. What can I do to help?
Okay, so that was the first day, which was 27 of 6.
Yeah, that's me. But February, I mean, that was months ago. What's that got to do with Simon's murder?
So that's when we first hear the word Simon.
I didn't murder Simon. You've got it wrong. You've got the wrong person.
Which we find out later that is true.
I'd like to speak to a lawyer now.
And then we get this one.
Please. You have no murder weapon. You have nothing. And all these stories we've been telling each other. Just that. Stories.
We go search for Simon and we get all of this one.
Simon Smith. He works at Ernst Brothers Glass. They do windows, all kinds of glass. Simon does the more special work. Mirror making, feature windows, artistic things. Really beautiful things. Simon is 6 foot, darkish blonde hair, average build. He's clean shaven. If his beard grows, it goes ginger, so he shaves it. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with ginger hair. I bought a photo. They said a spring photo. This was taken last year on holiday in Rome. It's the best one I have. It's the Rockington Arms, the Rock. It's run by a nice couple, Peter and Susan. There's some other regulars there that Simon likes to drink with, and the barmaid they're having sometimes, Helen. Peter said Simon had been in and had a few drinks.
The interesting thing is that Helen doesn't show up except in that one.
Yes, there's an Amstrad one. No one uses it for very much. There's a printer so you can write letters on it. Simon sometimes plays games, you know, climb the tower, save the princess, that kind of thing. Simon isn't the type to run off or do anything crazy. Someone must have done something to him, or there must have been some kind of accident.
I think I already looked up accident. Alright, I want to look up Princess. Got a couple new ones.
Let me see. Yes. I drove in here because I remember well I went over the river. And then there was a church there. Yeah. And I probably I remember seeing a street sign called Princess Street. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it must be this one. There.
Princess Street or Princess Street? Okay, I wrote in Princess. That's good.
Yeah. We were 17. It was a nice wedding, people said.
Yeah, wedding.
Simon looked very handsome in the photos. His parents paid for everything, but he's an only child, so it was important to them. It was what they called a shotgun wedding, but if you looked at the photos, you couldn't tell. The dress was beautiful. It looked like Princess Diana's. The training wasn't quite as long, though. There's a great photo of the bridesmaid helping to carry it out of the car. guess you could call it that, but we were both happy to get married. It was a beautiful wedding. We had our first dance to Come Back and Stay. I'm not sure if that's a good wedding song, but I loved it. I chose it. I mean, it was genuinely our first dance. We'd never danced together before.
You had
It was
sex?
probably awful to watch, but I enjoyed it. It felt like it was just me and Simon for that moment. Just the two of us.
Oh, another one that's good for you for Simon, I think, is rules.
It just became our way of life. We would swap places and take it in turns to do things. And we were very careful. Whoever had been out that day would come back and write a detailed diary so that we were on the same page. We had a list of rules that said what we could and couldn't do in any given situation. It was exhaustive. We lived a second life through those rules. Rules for things that could only ever happen inside our imaginations. We would consider all the permutations of future events and agree rules to walk our way through them.
Just the two of us. Yep.
Hannah was so smitten with Simon.
Here we go.
She started getting jealous, didn't want to share. Even the first date, we went to see Tom Cruise at the Old Odeon. We both went, kept changing places in the toilet. We only had the one best dress, so we had to keep swapping clothes. Must have thought we had terrible bladder problems. The next date, it was my turn. At the end, I let him kiss me, but that was it. We didn't want another Carl on our hands, and the Ouija board had said to hold back. After that, it was Hannah's turn, and she slept with him. Broke the rules. Deliberately broke the rules. She wanted to be the first to sleep with him. I mean, that's when she got pregnant. From that one time. Really? You're going to ask me about my sex life? I mean, isn't that private?
I believe if imaginations are too intense and not controlled, they can become more real than reality. Extreme dangerous. Yeah.
Are you married? How is your sex life? No, you're talking to the wrong person if you think I'm some kind of slut. If you think I'm the kind of person that would have had sex with all those guys.
Wait, did they have an indication of Eve sleeping with a bunch of guys? Is that why they brought that up?
So, our sex life is probably fairly average for a couple after 10 years of marriage. No, I was 15, Carl was older, 17 I think. I was really into him, regardless of how he actually behaved. Lots of drunken teenage sex. We did it in a church once. It's stupid. So he got tired of us and we split up after about 6 months. It was sad, but those early experiences, they help you realise who's really important to you, you know?
Family.
Family.
No. Not yet. The chit-chat thing is for ending the game. If you figure it out, which we believe Eve is our mother.
She's a better driver than me. She passed the test for us.
Mm.
I tried to take it and nearly crashed the car. Learned that you can't rely on confidence to get you through everything. She is the shy one. She was especially shy around boys. If Hannah liked a boy, I would have to pursue him. It was that way with Carl. Hannah met him first. She had such a crush. I let him take my virginity after a night that his band had played at. It got difficult. When I was with Carl, we would have sex, but Hannah couldn't let him see she was a virgin. She had lots of excuses. After a while, we decided that I should take Hannah's virginity. It's not that different to a bruise, pulling a tooth, a graze. We used a hairbrush. After that, we took it in turns, though I was always the one who seduced the boys. Until Simon.
Toxic sister dating the same guys. Well, here's the thing, though. They're not acting like sisters. They're acting like Hannah. Because they're twins. This is the problem. Eve feels that she's owed something because she was taken away from her family and her sister at such a young age. So she feels like she should be Hannah. So this is where the question becomes, does she actually love Hannah? Or is she trying to push her out of the way because she wanted to be with Simon, she wants the baby, she wants that life, or is she protecting Hannah? You know, does she really love her? That type of thing. That's where it's sticky. Which is why it's so confusing trying to keep it all straight in your head in a game like this. But yeah, Carl was there first.
When will the police let me back in the house? They let me take a bag of clothes with me, but...
They need more clothes. No, I'm kidding.
They said it was food poisoning. There was something in the food they ate. My dad liked to pick mushrooms, grow them too. They said it was the mushrooms. It was hard to believe. Death caps. They have a skirt around the cap. My dad taught me that. But, the police had no reason to think it was suspicious. They lived alone. And no one had any reason to hurt them.
You sure about that, hon? Pretty sure Eve had a problem with them because they did not want her. Did I? Yeah. I'm really trying not to backtrack, but I do want you to understand as well. Let's see. We needed dairy. Yes, that is definitely the word I spelled. So this one.
Across the road,
there we go.
My parents first lived there, was a midwife called Florence. When Hannah was born, I was born at the same time. The midwife was there to help. I'd been throttled by the cord, probably wrapped around my neck by Hannah. The midwife told my mother I was dead. But I wasn't. She wrote all this stuff in a diary. Amazing what people will admit to on paper. Florence was a warm, kind person. But she was broken, I guess. When I found her diary, I also found a biscuit tin with other stuff in it. Older papers, letters, that kind of thing. Her story wasn't there. I never really spoke to her about it. I was far too young to really understand, I guess. I just put it together later. once I was older. She had loved children, planned to have a large family, but her husband died in the war. And that was back when you married for life. She never felt like she could marry again. Isn't that strange? She was a widow from her 20s. But, I mean, I guess it was different then. You know, you married for life and she felt she could never marry again. I guess it was harder, a war widow. One of the dead. I don't know, maybe there was more to it than that. I don't really know.
Down on Twitch. Or maybe I'm having a network error. No, I guess it's doing okay. Interesting. I think it was just my player. It could just be my player being weird because I've been having the whole welcome to the chat room keeps popping up and I don't know what the issue is. Could be my internet, could be the fact that my bitrate's not right according to YouTube, I don't know. Oh, the other one I wanted to look up for you, Brian, was twins. This is a good one, too. It's probably one of these.
Florence took me home with her. Mother hadn't been expecting twins and had a healthy baby. I guess she was just happy for Florence to clean up. Take away the evidence that this was anything but a happy occasion.
I think it's sweet she didn't want to marry again after her husband died, but that is a sad story. Yeah. The fact that she did want a huge family and then it was just thrown out the window.
There were always princes and princesses. They were the special people, more important than the other characters in their stories. We knew we were like that. Twins. Magical. We were the princesses. We had a poster of Princess Diana from the newspaper up in our attic. Had a pride of place. And underneath we used to put all our special things. When her engagement was announced, we were obsessed with everything she did. And later, when her life went so bad, we felt for her. Her divorce last year just kind of drew a line under things.
My mother's a huge Princess Diana fan, by the way. We have one of the Princess Diana Beanie Babies.
Sure, yes, of course, if that would help. Will you phone the house to let me know when you want to come round? Then I can make sure that I'm there.
Sure, that's the only reason. Make sure only one of you is around.
I wasn't in the house.
These 2-second clips, I swear. I don't understand how it's broken up like this.
I wasn't in the house all of Friday night. After the argument, after Simon left, I left too. I was upset and I wanted to get away, so I took the car.
Sorry.
I was upset and I wanted to get away, so I took the car.
So I think it was finally found out that they were twins, and all three of them got into an argument. Oh yeah, I wanted to look up the word fuck. We're gonna look at all of them because I think they're all interesting.
Yeah. They've gone to bed feeling ill. thinking it was flu or something. The neighbour called me, I had to use my key to let them in.
Oh, but yeah, I'm pretty
They
sure
got dead in their bed.
one or both of them killed the
And
parents.
they'd been there for days. No one had noticed. Just awful. It was so soon after my miscarriage. The worst year of my life. I'd been so happy to get married, and after that it was just like, fuck. Yes. I speak with Eleanor at least once a day. Not that there's anything much to say. It's more just...
No, I'm okay. Fuck.
Can I leave? Are you going to arrest me? No.
She sounds a little like Deanna.
A lawyer would make mincemeat of you.
Deanna Troy from Star Trek Next Gen, I mean. Many years ago, I went to see the RMS Queen Mary in Long Beach, California, and at the time they had an exhibit of Princess Diana's personal belongings. I remember a blue dress. That's so cool! That would hurt. Yeah, but, like, they could have done a little better job of making it look like an accidental drop. Because it does not look good.
Are you arresting me? No. Fuck off.
I love a good... I love a good fuck off. Poison, I think, right? There's one other that has poison in it.
At the time they said it was poison. Food poisoning. And I felt so guilty. If I'd still been at home, maybe I could have done something. I didn't.
I think... Okay, so she said this was a year after her marriage. If she's okay, why is she so mad about it? That's a good question. I'm not sure. We could look up coffee. So I'm thinking, because Eve said at one point that she was still living in the attic when, the parents got together and said that Hannah and Simon should move in because they were pregnant together and get married. But they were living with Simon's parents, so Eve couldn't live with them. So she's probably still living in this family home, Hannah's family home, and she very likely could have killed the parents with the mushrooms. I was about to say, what are we looking up? Must be coffee.
Black coffee, thanks. No sugar. I'm sweet enough as it is.
But I'm...
About 8 years back. It was a present to myself.
A tattoo, I think.
Been drinking coffee with the baby. It's been hard trying to give it up. I think they say you can have 1 cup. No. I've had enough coffee for today, thanks. Glass of water. Coffee, I guess. Milk and sugar.
Wait a minute. What did I read? There was a breakdown of who's who in each interview. You feel like the coffee stain might be Chekhov's gun. I'm not sure. So this one must be Hannah. Because we know for a fact tattoo is Eve, and Eve wanted no sugar in her coffee. But Hannah does. Wait, is this the same 8/18? Wait, hold up. 6/18, my bad. Month-long in. A month-long... Yeah, okay. Alright, what else can we look up? We could look up sugar. That's kind of related to the coffee thing. Ooh, there's 3 more.
A cup of tea would be good, thanks. Just 1 sugar.
We definitely know that's Hannah. Outfit alone.
Just the one sugar. Thanks. Is that camera recording?
Yes, it is.
Black no sugar. Thanks.
That's Eve. That is interesting. We have more than one tea? We do.
Could I have a cup of tea? Maybe a fresh cup of tea? Oh, okay.
She dropped her
I parked
tea.
up on the street. It was busy, so I parked down the end of the road. I walked up to the house. I knocked on the door. No answer. I took my keys out of my bag, unlocked the door. The main lock was unlocked. I could tell because the key wouldn't turn when I tried to turn it to the left. I
Wait,
walked in. Simon's coat wasn't on the peg. I couldn't see his shoes on the shoe rack. I shouted out for him. I walked straight into the kitchen. He usually sits in there to have a cup of tea and read his paper. He wasn't there. I touched the kettle. It was cold. I looked quickly into the living room. Nothing. I walked upstairs to the bedroom. He wasn't there. I didn't search for him because it was pretty clear he wasn't there. Then I had a shower. Whilst I was in the shower, the phone rang. I think it was Eric, his boss. I didn't answer it. Then I came out and I was just exhausted. So I lay down on the bed and I fell asleep, but I didn't mean to. I woke up a couple of hours later and I was surprised to see no one in the bed next to me. And then I remembered where I was and what had happened. That's when Eric called again. I spoke to him. Then I called Simon's parents. And then I decided to come and see you. That enough?
oh, stop it. I gotta stop. You gotta move over here, my friend. We saw that before. Was this one? No. Ugh. Nope.
A cup of tea.
Nope, nope, nope. We saw that exact.
A cup of tea would be good, thanks.
God, where is it?
Okay. I parked up on the street.
There it is.
Busy, so I had to park down the end of the road. Walked up, knocked on the door, no answer. I took my keys out of my bag and unlocked the door.
It's the exact same
The door was
delivery.
locked. You can tell because
The words are exactly the same because they wrote them in the diaries.
I walked.
Kind of wish I could pause this so I could talk over. Or not talk over. But yeah, that one was Hannah and this was Eve, and they were telling the exact same story, 30 and this 2 days apart. Why did she think it was Eric? If she didn't answer it, why did she assume that? Because he wasn't at work, maybe? Eric is his boss. I think we've looked up everything about Eric. Yeah, we had. Okay. Ooh, we could look camera. There's another one.
Is that camera recording?
Uh-huh. Oh, this is the one that I actually wanted to show you earlier. My bad. It was this one. She fucked up here.
What are you doing talking about Eve?
Hack code that they have worked together with. They left the camera rolling when they were out of the room. But that's such a good one. And then, oh, this is the other one that pops up. So the first time the beginning of the game, you have no idea what their name is, what either of their names are. Finally, you get around to Hannah eventually. And you get these clips, and you're like, huh, this is so weird. And you're like, there's some guilt in here. And then you see the lie detector one. This one's kind of funny.
Yes. My name is Hannah Smith. Oh, shit. Sorry.
That's when we realize that this is all truthful. Because this is Eve finally coming out with her truth. Alright, sorry. We need to keep moving. But I think the end of what we understand, like, if we were to finish this game right now, it would be Eve is my mother. But if we want, we can keep looking around and finding more stuff. I haven't reached 75%, and I think there's a couple other hidden... There's 2 that happen after the end of the game. One achievement is 75% unlocked, 100% unlocked. Not sure what score draw is. Oh, right, go back 1 second. Oh yeah, the Who is great. Where was that? Okay, it was there right. Okay, so yeah, that's the end. Oh, one of the ones is I have to play that stupid game in the rubbish bin. Alright, so we need to remember to do that one after the fact. Oh, the music was so good. No. Oop. We want to try and finish this real quick? Apparently you have to get the score very even, and I'm just going to do it randomly by doing this. Oop. Nope. I think Red's gonna win. Just incidentally. Haha. Did you? No, that was not great. What entertaining gameplay! I am really bad at this game, and the fact I have to play against myself is even better. Purple's beating Red, like, exponentially. Couldn't want to get a tattoo that looks like the other. I'm not sure. I mean, Hannah's really buttoned up, so it's very possible that that's why she never got a tattoo. Because when she was pregnant before the miscarriage and she was living with Simon, Eve was out exploring, trying to get pregnant. She ended up getting herself an STD, which we should probably look up in the search terms. Why does my eye hurt? Just so they could match. Which doesn't make any sense because then they'd have 2 babies to worry about unless one of them is going to get rid of theirs. Probably would be Eve's. I really don't know how to play this game. But yeah, Hannah's very buttoned up. And maybe Eve was trying to determine her independence away from Hannah, so she got that tattoo. That's gonna be really bad. Shoot, that one was close. It was like 30 and 33, right? Or 32? I can do that on my own time, which is gonna be annoying, but whatever. Okay, what did I say? We were gonna look up... Shoot. Let me go back over my little cheat list. Almost certain you're right about Eve being the real mother. I think there's a secret clue in the meetings and oranges the girls' names. A writer's Easter egg. Yeah, you know what? Let's look up name. We got 3 new ones.
I would have been a good mother. I was young, but...
We need to look up mother,
I would have
too.
been a good mother. She was a girl, by the way, the baby. We were going to call her Sarah.
Oh, there's Sarah!
Simon wanted to call her Ava after his nana, but I didn't want her to have a symmetrical name.
Symmetrical name. You mean a palindrome?
Okay, you got me. I'll confess. We were there. It was a dirty weekend. Simon was going to expense it, pretend it was a business trip. I used a made-up name. We stayed at the hotel, had room service, didn't leave the room, had a great view of the river, and you could hear the church bells. Like you said, it was very romantic. My name? That was the only question I failed. Your lie detector works. Okay. There's a girl and she's staring out of the window. She's sad. She's trapped. She's here. She's looking out the window because her mother won't let her out.
See, I'm still vastly confused by those images they gave him. One of them was Rapunzel, which Eve believes she is. But how did the police get those images, and why are they asking them to describe them? That's what I don't get. Oh, there's one.
The whole thing was wrong. The bags, I think they were from our kitchen. You can probably check that. We never go into the cellar. It's just a place we put things we don't need. Dad used to grow mushrooms there. The bags were taped up. I think it was parcel tape, but I think it was ours.
So if someone came into your house, used your bags and your tape to tie up the dead body of your husband? Trivia: in the Bible, Eve was the mother of all humanity, and Hannah, in the first book of Samuel, was barren until she prayed to God for a son and got baby Samuel. Interesting. Except Hannah became pregnant first. I want to look up mum. I'm gonna look it up even though they're British. Yep. Okay. Ooh, it's a good one. Kiss. Mwah.
Nothing else happened that night. We talked, then I said goodbye. Then next week I was singing in the bar again, and there he was. And again the next week, he offered to buy me a meal. I told him I had already eaten, and so we got chips and ate them on the beach instead. When we said goodbye, he asked me to kiss him. Romantic.
Maybe it's got nothing to do with the story. I'm not sure. Oh, we got a secret achievement. Romantic.
Yes.
See, here's the
I
thing.
thought about telling Hannah.
She never pursued
I felt
Simon.
guilty after the kiss. But then it began to feel like this was the way it should be.
Uh-huh.
Sharing. Like we had before. He never mentioned her to me. There was the Simon with me and the Simon with her. It was almost like it was a different Simon.
I want to know more about the fight. Because at one point Simon started taking her to his house. So I'm thinking that Hannah figured out that way. As if Eve never told her. Ugh. Is it with an E or an A? It's an E. Nope, we got all those, okay. I looked up Oxford, right? Yeah, that was a pretty early one. I'm just gonna go in order.
No. I mean, yes, we have arguments, but he never runs off.
Arguments, yep.
He always comes back. We make up. It's always that way.
Two more.
There's no couple stuff. A stupid argument. Nothing specific.
Sarah means princess.
Official buttons better than those with Prince.
Big shock.
Yes.
Considering how into fairy tales they were.
It was about 8 o'clock.
How about plural arguments? Right.
Okay. Sounds weird. I'm not great at making up stories.
Oh, this is where they start doing the images. Oh, we looked up yes, let's look up no. I also heard maybe... Ah, okay, we get more of the lie detector test.
No.
Oh. Do not tell me.
No.
I want to know the questions!
No.
Fuck. This is annoying. I feel like I've done this before
No.
to get the achievement, and yet my achievements aren't unlocked in the, Steam. It's probably gonna be the same thing.
Yes.
Awesome! Yes to what?
Yes.
I wanna know that.
Yes. Yes.
Great, fabulous. We got those boring...
Sure. I think. I do all the bills and paperwork and handle all the money stuff, so it should be easy for me to find. Do you want them dropped off to you? When you suspect someone of murdering their husband.
No, nein, yet, nada.
Okay. So you want to eliminate me as a suspect?
Non.
That should eliminate me as a suspect. If I was in Glasgow, can't be in two places at once.
So it's funny, they're using Eve's alibi being in Glasgow, even though Hannah stayed at the house.
This is the third day running you've called me in. I speak to Doug and Eleanor every day. And they say you've been asking a lot of questions. About me. Should I be worried? Am I a suspect? No, not drugs. I mean, he drinks, but never very much. He goes to the pub and has one or two. Sometimes we go together. He drinks wine with food, but no, he doesn't have any kind of drinking problem.
Unless you're an identical twin, then you can kind of be in two places at once. Yep. This one. Thank you.
God, I don't know. Could be anyone. Maybe someone follows him back from the pub. But why would he let them in? Doesn't make sense.
That I think is Eve with the hair. What about Bar? She says Bar a couple times.
No. I told her it was one of my boyfriends. Someone I met in the bar. I think she was happy. But I could tell she was thinking, why couldn't it happen to her and Simon? They were the ones with the real life. Why not them?
She did tell Hannah she was pregnant, but she didn't tell her it was Simon's. Right? Frankly, I'm just going through the list right now of all the different words we haven't looked up. I don't know if it's gonna unlock all 100%, but...
Yes. I always pull it shut and then lock the bigger lock with the key.
Cool.
No, I don't think it was. I turned the key, but it was already unlocked.
Like I said, I want to know more about their argument. Triggered it all.
What kind of hairs?
Yeah, she's very pissy.
And the hotel said he was there? From when I woke up? Okay. I woke up, Simon was already up and he made me birthday breakfast of eggs benedict. We both had to go to work, so we saved presents till later. I got to work, had some birthday cake, children sang me happy birthday, then I came home. The birthday meal was a takeaway, and Simon gave me his present, which I didn't mind. And after that, we talked about the baby. It turned into a big argument. Simon left. I was furious. I wanted to get as far away as I could and get some space to think. So I birthday, then I came home. Birthday cake, children sang me happy birthday, then I came home. The birthday meal was a takeaway, and Simon gave me his present, which I didn't mind. And after that, we talked about the baby. It turned into a big argument. Simon left. I was furious. I wanted to get as far away as I could and get some space to think. So I left.
That's important. Okay. So, if that's the same argument that happened right before his death, where Eve went up to Glasgow, but they talked about the baby. And this is the birthday present. We know that he gave both women the exact same mirror as a gift. Hannah, I think, is the one who freaked out and destroyed hers, because she came back looking like Eve, who I believe was portrayed as Helen, the barmaid. Because Simon is cheating and, you know, all that other bullshit. And found out that he was giving her... So, one of them was... whatever. And then they realized that the baby was Simon's. Simon's, not some random dude. And that Eve was pregnant on Hannah. So I want to look up the word present. Might look up mirror again. Maybe birthday.
Good. Happy. I mean, ups and downs like any couple, I guess, but we've been married for over 10 years.
75%. Cool. Okay. Present.
It was my birthday, like you said. We were going to have a meal at home. We had our meal. He gave me his present. I guess I didn't like the present. I mean, it wasn't the present so much. It was one of those arguments that had been simmering for a while. The present was a mirror. A nice mirror. He'd engraved the glass, the kind of mirror a princess would have in a story. He made it specially for me.
Did he?
From when I woke up. Okay. I woke up. Simon was already up and he made me birthday breakfast of eggs Benedict. We both had to go to work, so we saved presents till later. I got to work, had some birthday cake. Children sang me happy birthday. Then I came home. The birthday meal was a takeaway.
Again, Eve being Hannah.
Simon gave me his present, which I didn't mind. And after that, we talked about the baby. Turned into a big argument. Simon left. I was furious. I wanted to get as far away as I could and get some space to think. So I left. It was my birthday, like you said. We were going to have a meal at home. We had our meal. He gave it. I mean, wasn't the present so nice? About 8 years back, it was a present to myself. Her story is that she'd waited for him to come back. She put on my wig, some of my clothes.
Here we go.
Pretended to be me. They talked. She'd enjoyed being me. He said he wanted to be with me. Then he took out a present. Another mirror. Just like the one he'd given her earlier. That unique present. She went crazy, smashed the mirror. They argued, screamed. He hit her. So she grabbed a piece of the mirror and just swung it round. She cut his throat clean open. She'd only meant to scare him off.
So we hear that one earlier before we know that there are twins. And that she liked being me was actually the actual wife. So yeah, no, actually, sorry, it wasn't Eve that punched Hannah, it was Simon. That's a frightening and sad thing to contemplate. Seeing your own reflection in a mirror and it also being the reflection of someone you hate. Yeah, things really accumulated with these girls. Well, I think we got our mirror thing. Oh, not Dearth Day. Come on. We got 2 new ones.
Yes, that's my birthday. Not one of the big ones, but I guess you can see that. A week or so ago, it would have been the Saturday before my birthday. You know, I get like that on the weekends, have a lie-in, then want to get up and blitz the house.
Last one I think we looked up was hotel. Happy? Did we look up happy? I don't think so. Okay, that's fine. There can't be more than one for Grace Kelly. No, okay. Didn't even need to look that one up, it just came up on its own. Got all the glass. Another Bible story reminds me of. Wise King Solomon once had 2 women who were prostitutes and lived in the same house. Both had a baby and one died, so one mother stole the other's baby. Ooh, yeah. It's very possible they used a bunch of different inspirations for this story. I wouldn't be surprised. Especially because the Bible's so well known.
Oh, tastes fine to me. As long as it's black and strong, I'm good.
It's funny. I now know that this one is Eve in the red, I'm pretty sure. But it is funny the more you watch, the more you're like, yes, this is Hannah. Yes, this is Eve. Like, you can tell, like, it's a singular actress, by the way. She does an amazing job of separating the two, but also making them similar enough that initially you're like, they can't be sisters. It's the same person, just dressed differently.
Simon's parents.
But, like, facially.
I don't think it would be a good idea. It would be too sad. Not right now. I'm staying at a friend's.
You're staying in the attic, probably. We haven't come across this keyword. Yeah, we have 5 brand new ones because we haven't found it at all yet. The only way Solomon could determine who their real mother was to pretend to put the living baby to death. The real mother was willing to let the other woman have the child so that it wouldn't die. Okay. Kind of get that. Took me a second to wrap my brain.
Fine. I've never had my fingerprints taken before. I once put my hand on the oven.
The mother of the dead child didn't care and was willing to watch the king put it to death. Oof.
Fingerprints. Yes, yeah. I would have cleaned them. I changed the sheets too. Were the fingerprints in all those places? Yes, yeah. I would have cleaned them. I changed the sheets too. Were the fingerprints in all those places?
This is probably where they got suspicious because they found 2 sets of fingerprints, similar but not exactly correct. Because even with twins, their fingerprints are different, right? Aha! Identical twins do not have identical fingerprints. Even though their identical genes give them very similar patterns, the fetus begins developing fingerprint patterns in the early weeks of pregnancy. Small differences in the womb environment conspire to give each twin different but similar fingerprints. The baby was returned to the rightful mother safely. That is good. So that's how the police started to suspect something was up.
Could they have been my parents' fingerprints? I'm not sure how long they last for, but is that possible? Really? Go on then. Take the cup.
That's Eve.
Run your fingerprints. They'll match.
They won't. That's the problem, though. That's where they fucked up. Okay. I mean, one of the few places they fucked up. Although, wait a minute, no. Eve really did punch Hannah. They got into that fight during the interviews because they start... Right? One sec. Let me check this. Who's who? Yeah, interview 2, there's a bruise on the left side of her face. So, yeah. Yeah, no, Eve definitely punched Hannah because it was an interview 2 that she has the bruise. So yeah, things were starting to devolve with the girls both before the murder and during the interviews. Okay. Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, we pretty much know how this story ends. The person looking all this up is Eve's child. We're just looking for extra information, really, at this point. It's all extra. Bonus credit.
Yeah, I had to let myself in. The door locks if it swings too. I sleep on the right side of the bed as you come in from the door. You can tell because I have 2 pillows and he just has 1.
Okay. Weird. So we looked up camera. Car.
I left the next day, Saturday. I slept for a few hours in the car. When I woke up, I came straight back. Simon wasn't returning my calls and I wanted to try and make up. I got back to the house and Simon wasn't there. And I... Excuse me. Is there a bin?
Do y'all see that one coming?
Yeah. I pulled over and slept in the car. This was just by the side of the road.
Morning sickness. We saw the aftermath of that one. She's like, yeah, no, I'll be fine. And then she was like, I'm pregnant. Okay, Seller's gonna give us a little more of Simon's body, I think.
Well, fine, considering. I got back into the house today, and that was weird, knowing your people have been there through my things. It's like I've been burgled. I mean, worse, obviously. I don't know. I haven't looked in the cellar yet. They sent a cleaner in. As good as new, he said. But they had to throw some stuff out. Couldn't get the blood out. And I'm still waiting to hear from the coroner so we can get a date set for the funeral. It's going to be a cremation. So,
when he died, but there's a distinct lack of, like, upsetness from both of them in the earlier interviews. First two, they're a little frazzled, but still, it's weird.
we had to talk to each other. We agreed almost
Oh, this is the one.
silently. The baby was what mattered. We'd help each other. We cleaned up. We bagged up the broken mirror, her clothes. They're gone. We took him down to the cellar. We knew we had an alibi, and we wanted the body to be found later. We wanted to have suspicion on us, so we could then disprove it, rather than have it linger. Better to keep the body in the house than risk being seen with it. The watch, that was my touch, to make sure the alibi stuck.
I forgot about that until it just started. I was like, oh. Because I remembered it from my first playthrough. Shakespeare play, The Comedy of Errors. In that story, there are two sets of twins, and one pair of friends was always doing things that got the other friends in trouble. I wonder if that would have popped up if I had looked at Watch much sooner. They show her the evidence, and then there's a discussion about the watch being a gift from Eric and stuff like that, but we never looked up the word watch, which gives us that one. Okay, so we looked up cellar. We look up blonde. Yeah, that makes sense. Black. Book. We looked up baby. And miscarriage and pregnant. Ooh, look at all that.
Okay. I've given blood before. Do you need to take that for your records? Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. The blood. It's probably the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Like I said before, it was 3, something like that. I walked in, saw Simon. He was on the floor of the living room. His throat had been cut. There was a lot of blood. Yeah, he was dead.
Okay, but what's with the seagulls in the background of this image? Of this interview, rather.
She was sat behind him. She had my wig on. And she'd been there all day. And she had blood on her. And she was in shock.
Pretty sure I looked up attic, but we'll check it again. Yeah. Okay. So that's all of the keywords that help you through things. Search terms. Should we look at this one? Oh, that is so smart. Oh, yeah. So because they were twins still living in the same town, Eve wore a wig. It's a blonde wig. I don't remember when it started or why, because Simon does realize the similarities between them. But apparently one of the quickest way to get through all of the videos is to just write blank. And then come in here and delete it. And then you get new blank ones. This is hilarious. Until you get new ones. Let's just wait until we get 5 new ones. I'll watch them all together and be confused. I wonder if they go in order, which would be even worse. It looks like they do. Okay.
A long time. We got married when I was 17.
I might do the search term thing though.
Something like that. When you married, detective? Suicide? No. I mean, he would never do anything like that. He is not the kind of person to do anything like that. I mean, to hurt himself? No. No.
Yeah, I think this is the first
I'm not
interview.
sure what strange would be, but he hasn't been acting odd. He's been busy at work, but nothing too stressful. Thanks. Please find Simon. I love him so much.
Yeah, I think that is the first interview because, yeah. And of course, Eve had to go because she was more clear-headed at the time. And then when we do this again, we get the new interview, which is with Hannah, who is more fraught about it. We'll watch this one, but then I want to, Oh, is this the one with the bruise? I think it is. But then we're going to go through this one person's suggested strategy of all the search terms, which is where I found out how to do the double quotes. Just so it's a little more interesting, you know?
I haven't been into work. I guess I've just been waiting to hear from you, hear from my husband.
I am going to delete the blanks, though, just so if we need to, we can go back. Okay. Look up sugar. Go through here. Oh, the palindrome. I think this only happens once. Twice. My name's a palindrome. Hannah and Eve is a palindrome. Look up glass.
Simon is 6 foot, darkish blonde hair, average build. He's clean shaven. No. I think he spoke to Helen. She said he was upset about her argument, but I'm not sure what else he said. He likes Helen. He likes blondes.
He likes blondes.
Could the hairs have come from somewhere else? I mean, could they... We have a lot of dolls in the attic. There's a Rapunzel doll with long blonde hair. Could they have come from there? This other person doesn't exist. I don't know what the blonde wig is, but it could be anything. Have you looked at the cat flap?
We got that one pretty early on, too. Oh,
You want me to say?
no, it's okay. No comments. Shirt. We're good. We don't need to remove that.
This other.
Duh. How do I remove it? I don't need it. I do have subtitles, anti-glare filter. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, what a... This adds so much, but like, whoa. Okay. Friday. Is that when it happened? Oh yeah, the rock. Stupid. Stupid. Did we hit 75%? I think we're just going for, 100%, right? Wait, I've looked up married. How did I not see that one?
When you've been married for 10 years, stuff accumulates. We could argue about anything. And he's so nice. That doesn't help. He tries to smooth things over, and that just makes it worse. We're both passive aggressive, so we never normally argue directly about anything.
Oh yeah, for sure they were heavy and they glared bad.
Hurt someone? Yes. But everyone thinks that from time to time, right? You just want to lash out. I mean, I don't know. Something must have happened to him on his way home. He could be hurt. I mean, why hasn't he phoned? I don't know.
That's before they allow the body to be found. Which is when they were like, can we come investigate your house? And they're like, yeah, sure. And then they were super frazzled. Honestly, I like the last interview with Eve the most. Something about it, I mean, there's no question that she's telling the truth in that one. She's finally telling her story legitimately. But I don't know how else to describe it, but it's so compelling, you know?
Yes, this is it. He made it himself. It's a special one-off. He made it. He decorated it.
I thought we'd seen this one.
That's his thing.
Unless we saw the other
Where did you find it?
one. You can tell we're in England for several reasons when the dates on the video show day month year. Yeah, it took me a second to remember that because it was like a 27th month year. I'm like, that's not right.
She's crying, I guess. She's sad because she thought she saw her husband with another woman. But it's okay because she finds out it wasn't her husband, it was his brother. And so it's fine.
Still curious about that section. Hippo. Um, the section where they're being shown images. Like, I want to know the police's side of that. Like, why did they do that? What? Because it affects their story. It's literally showing them Rapunzel. The Rapunzel story with her haircut, and asking them to describe it. So, like, where did they get those images? Why would they choose those images? Did they find them in the house? Or, you know, did they figure out that they were twins much earlier and just ask some friends, be like, hey, let me take this photo of you, and be like, oh, let's see what they have to say about this. It's basically what happened to them already. Like, I don't understand that part. You know, because it's kind of like those, ink blot tests that you do, but not. Ooh, we got a new one.
Okay, I'll try my best to remember.
Cool, thanks for trying. Good birthday, but we can delete all the blanks on them. David. It's probably gonna be all Hannah. Yeah, Hannah's a very private person. Wait, let me...
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm quite a private person and I didn't want to get into the detail of the argument. What about us? No, he was as shy as me. I asked a friend to ask him out for me. We had our first date at the Odeon in North End. We went to see Risky Business. I had on my one best dress. Simon paid. He bought me a whisper, and I was worried about getting chocolate on my teeth. Then she told me she wanted to help more. She said I should move in with her. She would come clean with Simon about me. I was family, I couldn't have a baby in a bedsit. I told her I didn't want to tell Simon. Told her to wait for the time being. Cute. You must love them very much. What ages are they? No. I mean, everyone loves Simon. He was so nice to everyone. He loves me. No, it's okay. The other detective has just gone to get me one. It happened very quickly. We hardly had to talk to each other. We agreed almost. My sister is gone. And she's never coming back. I think when I drove back it was about 8 or something. And I got back to the house about 3. It was late, early Saturday morning.
I just realized my thing was muted. I don't know how long it was. It's unfortunate because I'm going through this so quickly that I'm not wholly sure what you're talking about sometimes, Brian, but that's okay. I'm hoping to get 100% done if it doesn't take too long, because I'm trying to be quick about this. And most of these seem to be very short ones, which is good. No wonder I was so quiet. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, no, I was like, I really enjoy the last interview with Eve. There's something really enjoyable about rewatching that. And one of the things I want to know more about is what happened to Hannah. You're being silly sometimes. That is totally fine. You do you, Brian. Because she said my sister's gone. And she's never coming back. What was it? Was it this one? It must be this one.
My sister is gone. And she's never coming back.
See, I want to know, did Hannah run away? Are they covering it up? Did she kill herself? Or did Eve kill her? Because, unfortunately, Eve is more of the bad twin at this point because she slept with the married kid. She slept around and got, I totally forgot to look up the word STD. Yep, there's a second one. Then she cheated. She cheated with another man when she was older with Simon. Got pregnant. Probably killed their parents before then, of course. I don't know. There's as much as I like Eve and prefer Eve, I guess this is the problem because she's charismatic, and that's a problem with murderers. um, or is she really talking about herself as my sister? I don't know. I'm still under the belief that they're twins. I wholly believe that.
I was living in the attic. It was a very hard time. I was depressed, was still pretty sick of the STD. And I came down one morning and they were dead. They were in bed and both had been sick. They'd thrown up a lot. And I slept through it. The police said it was the mushrooms they ate. Dad was a mushroom expert. I mean, he used to take us picking with him and he taught us how to recognize them.
Yeah.
And there's no way he would have picked death caps. But the police believe that's what happened. They never even looked in the attic.
Boy, I was hoping that they had a girl. It's very possible either of them or both of them killed their parents. Entirely possible. If she truly was sick off of the STD, maybe Hannah was the one who killed them. But again, you do have a point. Never trust the charismatic one. That is one thing we've learned in all these documentaries that have happened over the years, all the different instances and issues that have occurred. And Eve is the more charismatic one. But if Hannah is the one that's murderous and Eve is covering / maybe killed her, maybe that's a good thing in this universe. Who knows? Children. This probably covers Florence as well. Got a sneeze coming on.
You have children?
Yeah, talking to the cops again. Okay, cool. Story.
Well, she has a knife. She's been cooking, I guess. She's been cooking him his favourite meal. She's his wife. He's asleep and she doesn't want to wake him because he's ill. That's why she's sad. Because he's ill and he might die. It's kind of a sad story, so I'm not sure how it ends.
No. The ticking in the background is so good too.
Yes, like a story. A beginning, a middle, and an end.
Should have watched that one first. Some of the things they have you look up is weird. Like, who would look up did?
I think so. I mean, to get into our garden, we'd have to climb through other gardens. All the gardens back onto each other, so you'd have to climb over 1, 2, 3 gardens to get to ours. I mean, did anyone see anything? Did anyone see anyone come and go? An intruder?
An imposter. No, sorry. Wrong game. But yeah, because I'm not really sure what I want to play lately. If you have any suggestions, Brian or anyone else watching this after the fact, or maybe is lurking, which is totally fine, I would love to hear if anyone has some nice short games that I could play. Even if it's a game that I've already played, I'd be willing to replay it, potentially, if it's the right game. Oops. Back here. So feel free to comment in the YouTube chat, or YouTube comments down below. Or if you want to join my Discord, that would be awesome as well. Or even take a look at the listings I have in Discord and choose a game from there if it's short. Because I'm like, I want to play a long game, but the games I'm thinking of, I'm like, they're so long. Like, I want to play Zelda Wind Waker lately, and I'm like, that's such a long game and it's very slow. Like, I'm worried about getting into it and not finishing it, like all the other games I've played. I could go back, so I bought Dark Cloud for myself, so we could probably get back into that one. And try to finish it, because I've never finished that game in my life. I could possibly try, I have like Shelter 1 and Shelter 2 on the list. I know those ones are short. What did I just look up? Key, clothes, scents. Okay. And I'm trying to compile a list of myself for games that are short. But I am welcome to suggestions. This one has an interesting filter on it. I kind of love it.
In the bedroom. That can't be right. In the bedroom.
Okay, why does that happen twice? But for the moment, I'd like to stick to some short games, or games that, you can finish around pretty quickly. Like, I have Monster Prom and Monster Road Trip that we can play. I could probably try to get back into Orwell. I'm waiting for, 60-second series. 2 games. 60 seconds, reatomized, 60 parsecs. Interesting. Ooh, the throat. Ooh, we have a new one. Here, we'll watch this and I will go add those to my wish list and see how expensive they are.
On his throat. How?
Yeah. Great. Love that. Long video. 60 seconds. Have I played this one? I think I've played this one. I think I might have. I totally refunded this game because I was having trouble with it. I think I was like, I'm too stressed, and I'm like, I'm gonna use a tutorial for it. I started Papers, Please as a YouTube video series, and I got way too stressed playing it, but I could finish it. / restart it and finish it? I don't know. But if you want to see how stressed I got, go ahead and watch that video. But I was thinking of that one again recently, because it's a good one. I would just have trouble, like, reading chat and playing at the same time. I just know that's gonna happen.
No. Simon wasn't seeing another woman.
Yes, he was. Oops. Sorry. It stressed you too. Yeah, I do love Papers, Please. It's a good one. Especially once you get into the groove, but I got stressed recording it. And then of course we have the second, or the DLC for Submerged. I think it's the second game. We could do that. The Prince. Prince unlocks 2? Dude, I unlocked 5. What are you talking about? Unless they've updated it and includes Princess now too.
I don't know if anyone really changes. You just become more yourself. Simon was my prince, and that hasn't changed.
Yep, we've watched all of these. Also, this is a good point to point out, if you haven't already, make sure to like this video on YouTube and subscribe to my channel. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure to click that follow button. It is absolutely free to you. And I have a Discord, as I mentioned earlier, if you want to go check that out. I also have Twitter and Tumblr links down below, and YouTube. I should probably add them to my Twitch channel because I don't think I have yet. I usually post in Discord, Twitter, and Tumblr every time I'm getting ready to go live. It's usually like a 5 to 10 minute, maybe 15 depending, before I actually start the stream because I'm, you know, getting my drinks and snacks and such. So yeah, I'd really appreciate the support. I almost have more subs for this YouTube channel than I do my main YouTube channel, which I've had my entire life. So that's exciting. I think it's like 85 I'm trying to cap. I'm at 72 right now, I think. But getting to 100 this year would be great.
There you go. How many kids?
She's talking about the police officer's family as well. She did. Oops, my bad. The way they say infertile is weird. They say infertile. I'm like, I'm not a fan of that.
I think it was that time, the first time at the house, in his bed, that I got pregnant. Amazing, right? This fucking magic sperm. And they say lightning doesn't strike twice. I didn't tell him. I missed 3 periods. I had pretty irregular periods anyway, but 3. I had always thought we were infertile. Both of us. I didn't tell him. Just waited. Hannah and I were meeting for our birthday, and I told her because I thought she would be happy for us both. I think she was.
The way she said I think she was is so sad. Untitled Goose Game, yeah, I do have a copy of that. We could totally play that. Because it sounds like Hannah's dead. The way she said it at the end. We also forgot to look up magic. So I'm gonna do that now. See if anything else pops up. Because I bet you that... Yeah, that one also popped up. The magic... fucking sperm or whatever it said. Sometimes getting struck by lightning once is all it takes. Yeah, they each got struck by lightning once. Can't imagine we have much further to go. Worst case, we go down and start doing blank again. Snake. Oh, it's just the tattoo, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, her snake is, her tattoo is an apple and a snake.
Must think it's very cool that their dad is a police detective. I wouldn't say that. It could be passionate. It's just, it was more than that. It wasn't just sex like I had been with the other boys.
Can you imagine the actual child of Eve being this thorough and finding every possible video?
If you put me on You've Been Framed, I want the money.
Oh, for sure it is. Here, I'll let you watch the video. This one.
Oh, my tattoo. I got it to express my individuality. It's an apple and a snake. He saw me singing one of my shows, talking. I knew who he was. He was fascinated by it.
You haven't seen this one either.
He saw me singing one of my shows, pure chance. Not sure I remember what he was even doing there. Afterwards, I had a drink at the bar and he came over and we got talking. I knew who he was. Obviously, I knew who he was. But he didn't know who I was.
She was wearing
He
a
was
wig at the
fascinated
time,
by this.
I think.
He guessed my name from my tattoo. Told me it was a palindrome, like that would impress me. I enjoyed talking to him. It was amazing to be able to sit and interact and talk to him after all this time. He didn't tell me he was married. I'm not sure what he was thinking. He later told me it was like he was dreaming. A waking dream.
See, he's the one who pursued her. So really, it was Simon that was the issue. Started all this bullshit. But yeah, okay, so you think that they named her Eve because she is the mother of the kid, and because of that reference to mother of all people or whatever it is in the Bible? Aside from every other piece of information we've gotten thus far. I think this is the one that talks about her tattoo again.
So I moved out. Got a small bed sit. Got my tattoo to mark the occasion. I was singing in a bar in the evenings. So I had some money, enough money to cover my rent. And I've been doing something similar ever since. I haven't put down any roots. I don't exist.
Nope, she does not exist. Okay. Camera framed. Speeding. Oh. How did we not... Weird.
Well, I don't know. I probably had to pop out and get something. That's why I was speeding.
Wait, no, we watched this.
And that wouldn't have been noted on my timesheet. But I really can't remember back to February.
Unless Hannah gave the story already. I think Hannah gave the story. That's why it sounds so familiar to me.
You must be desperate for leads if you're getting hung up over 6-month-old speeding tickets.
Yeah. I can imagine. I guess Ticket brought up another one.
I remember the ticket, of course. I paid it without telling Simon. Didn't want to get told off. And they put points on the license.
On Hannah's license. Because you can't drive. I think the way that they're labeling this is how they did it to get everything, they unlocked like 3 new ones or whatever. Okay, yeah, I see the bottom of the list now. Hopefully we'll get there in a sec. So we can't be missing much. I'm gonna go to the singular too, see if something else pops up. Nope. Oh, the slight adjustment. You may not have heard it. It was so subtle. There was like a slight ruffle or rustle of clothing. Like the person was positioning themselves in their seat better. I mean, they've been sitting there for 4.5 hours. Let's be real. Ooh.
Yes. I'll take a lie detector test.
Mm-hmm.
I've never taken a lie detector test before. Does it really work?
And then later on, you're like, yeah, it does work because I lied about my name. So used to lying that I'm Hannah, but.
Sorry. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yes.
We already looked at yes, but we'll make sure that we've cleared those. Same with no. We're getting down to it. I really don't want to like watch the last one like too early. I'm gonna keep going for a second. Okay, so we've got proof. You weren't. Okay. So close, guys. This will be so exciting. Also, we could play Stanley's Parable. I gave myself a little note to not play it for a certain amount of time. Exam. Okay, so we've got proven exam. We've seen sick. Yeah. I gave myself a reminder on Google Calendar for several odd years in the future, however long it was, like don't play for a year achievement or whatever, so we could go back and get that achievement and then we could just play for a bit. I don't have the ultimate version or whatever, but you know. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna do this. Come on. Oh, it's gonna do that. Of course it is. How dare. I need exam, veil, ring. I feel fairly confident in listening to this one right now. I'm making a list about which ones we want to watch, which one we want to watch last.
I didn't. I slept in the car.
Yeah.
I left about 9 that night.
It was 8.
I wasn't there.
But you were the one who actually left, so I believe your timing better. Okay. So, the last 4 we need to see are prove, exam, veil, and ring. Question is, what order should we watch them in? Yeah, you can easily get through a lie detector test. That is possible. You just have to be very confident about it. They can't tell you why they know you're lying, but so let's see. Let's go back a little. We've got ring. It's the last one. Veil. I think these are all going to be the last one. I think we can confidently watch exam because she's probably talking about the lie detector exam or the driving
Mum
test.
and Dad never knew what was going on. We got so good at it. We were so in sync that we'd use each other to cheat. If one of us had a hangover, the other one would go to school. Whoever was best at a subject would sit the exam.
Right.
There are lots of differences between us. Some things one is better than the other at.
Okay, so we're done with exam. Let's see what prove is. The Ultra Deluxe version is pretty good. Same spirit as before, but different and satisfying. I'll take a look at the price, but like I already own one part of the game, so I'm not a big fan of, you know, redoing it. Repaying for it, I mean.
I can take this stuff off now. Did I prove I'm innocent?
I don't know. Okay, we've got Veil and Ring. We could check the time, too. Which one's later? 11:51. 11:54. So we could watch Veil first. Yeah, let's do that.
Yes, it was a cremation for the best. We both wore black and had veils, so it was easy. And after the funeral, everyone came back to the house. Hannah served up sandwiches, and I stayed out of sight.
Okay, so I'm gonna do this. I forgot these ones. Yep, there it is. There's our last one.
No. No, he wasn't wearing his wedding ring.
100% of database accessed! Alright. Wait. Come back. I need the chit chat. There we go. Good, so you think you understand why your mother did what she did? I mean, not really. I'm glad, Sarah. I'll be waiting outside. Log off and we can meet over the road. Okay, so it is a girl. Her hair just looks weird. So, the daughter ended up being named Sarah, which was the original child at 8 months that died. Right? Sarah has logged off and crossed the road. Reflection. Starring Viva Seifert, Chris Zabriskie, love that. All the sounds. For a full list of sounds, please see. Sorry, I can't read now. And others unnamed would appreciate it. Licensed under the Apache license, Open Sand, Steve Mattinson. Pre-ordered, including all those people. Cake pre-ordered. Little Nicky, my beloved pet. Tanu Kitsune. Okay, but do we understand why her mother did what she did? I know in the end they were talking, the twins were talking about how all that matter now is the baby. Frankly, I'm still kind of confused, rather. Sam thanks his wonderful family. Sarah, if you're stuck, you could always try admin unlock. We're gonna do that for the achievement. Okay, so the "it happened very quickly" is one of the last interview pieces. We wanted to have suspicion on us so we could then disprove it, rather than to have it linger. Better to keep the body in the house than risk being seen with it. The watch, that was my touch, to make sure the alibi stuck. And then it goes, my sister is gone and she's never coming back. Can you arrest someone who doesn't exist? And then, I'd like to speak to a lawyer now, please. You have no murder weapon, you have nothing, and all these stories we've been telling each other. Just that, stories. So, I guess the question is, do we think Eve actually got convicted, despite not existing in the books as any known person, because she was never registered, or she was registered as dead, rather? Okay, I'll wait a second. Well, that only took 5 hours. I was hoping for a much shorter one, but I mean, it's an intriguing enough story that I don't really care. Woohoo, we got an achievement, and then we can go admin unlock. Query maximum now set to 15, which, let's check Steam. Score draw. Okay. Maybe. You can understand perhaps, but that doesn't mean you can agree with it. Exactly, right? Well, I'm still very, like, do I understand it? I don't know. I'm still quite baffled. Wait. Okay, let's see what this says. Oh, the mirror game. Mm-hmm. But, like, is she trying to understand that her mother... I don't know. Maybe I should look up what someone else thinks. See if I agree. Most of the discussions I found thus far are talking about it's just a Hannah-only theory. And she put this on to protect her child and get away scot-free and shit like that. Or that she has multiple personality disorder. DID. But at the same time... like I said, I really like the twin theory. So, aside from that one, I have all of that. So let's check the discussions. Someone was like, it's not a game, it's a movie. It's like, who cares? Oh, come on, go away. After replaying this game, I see that the DID theory is just plain wrong. I can't say there were ever a dull moment. Yeah, no, I was hoping for more people to join in with this game, especially if they'd never seen it before. Let's see. The woman in the background. No, it's not. Okay. Her story. Let's see what Wiki has to say. It's not entirely clear if Eve's story of being an identical twin is true, an intentional fabrication meant to confuse the police, or a case of DID, with pieces of evidence in-game leading credence to each theory. Yeah. Like I said, I like this story. I think it was really well done. And if you guys have recommendations of other similar type FMV games, please let me know. I am totally up for trying them. We'll try to win this game one more time. I don't think I'm going to be able to get a stalemate. I don't understand it well enough. Because I suck at it when I play against a computer. I know you're supposed to, like, get to the corners as quickly as possible. Okay, so if I each give them, like, one corner, is that a good thing? Maybe? Maybe then I can make it even? Because I'm just clicking randomly, if I'm being honest. I can't even see what player 2 stats are at. Red is failing, though, right now. So we're gonna do something like that. Like that. 27 and 25. That just does one. That does that many, which is 32 and 22. 32, 20, no, 27 and 30. Nope. I think purple's losing horribly this time, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is a great story. I'm gonna see if the developer has made any others. I think there are a few that are more like this in storytelling. Thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. I am gonna try and stream some more now that I am here back in Maine. Thank you, Rocket, for coming by earlier. Thank you, Brian, for sticking around here late at night. And for anyone who's watching after the fact, thank you so much for checking it out. I hope it wasn't too dull, just me talking to myself most of the time, or that it was an interesting enough story. There are videos out there that run the interviews in chronological order if you're curious about that. Of course, there are other people who have theories and thoughts about this. And we have 12 out of 13 achievements. That's friggin' bagging. I love it. Make sure to like this video, give it a thumbs up. Please subscribe to my YouTube channel if you haven't already. It is free to you. And if you're watching on Twitch, please make sure to hit that follow button. As I said, I have my socials in the description and on my page. And I will see you all next time.